Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good people make good sports. Sport a winning attitude today. Welcome to the 2010 Spring Spectacular, the IHSA Track and Field State Finals. Sport a winning attitude by practicing good sportsmanship. Remember, attitude is for everyone. I direct your attention to the southeast entrance of O'Brien Stadium, where the field of competition for this 2010 meet has gathered, and let's join them in the parade of competitors. and gentlemen, we have the representatives of over 2,000 competitors at this 38th state final track and field meet. A great turnout today for the opening ceremonies. Let's hear it for all of them. And now, if I may direct your attention to the area in front of the 30-yard line. It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Ron McGraw, Assistant Executive Director of the Illinois High School Association, the administrator in charge of track and field cross country in Illinois.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you here this morning to O'Brien Stadium as we celebrate our girls' championships in 3 classes. Today we will recognize 3 team champions, 810 individual medalists. We know that we're going to have a wonderful day. The weather appears to be better than it's been. And with your cooperation, support, supporting these young ladies, we're going to have a great day. We thank you for being here. At this time, it's my pleasure to introduce to you a young lady who will read our competitor's oath. It's a tradition here at the championships. I'd like to introduce Miss Ruth Allen from Palatine High School. Her head coach is Mr. Steve Currens.
Speaking on behalf of nearly 3,000 qualifiers for the 2010 IHSA Girls State Final Track and Field Meet, the Spring Spectacular, we thank the people involved at our schools for the opportunities to have to participate in girls track and field. We thank our coaches for their time, commitment, support, and encouragement. They inspire us to set and accomplish our goals in track and field and in our lives. We give special thanks to Eastern Illinois University and all the volunteers at O'Brien Stadium for providing these wonderful facilities and the personnel needed to conduct this great girls' state track and field meet. Through the hard work by those who volunteer their services, we athletes know the meet is conducted fairly and in accordance with the rules. We also thank you, the fans, for being here to cheer for us all weekend. On behalf of my fellow competitors in today's finals, we promise to compete fairly. We promise to accept the decisions of the meet officials. We promise to do our best and compete with good spirit and good sportsmanship. We will respect each other's achievements. When this day is done, we promise with everyone here at O'Brien Stadium to salute all the champions. Today is the 38th annual IHSA Girls State Final Track and Field Meet. Please enjoy the afternoon with us. This is truly a spring spectacular all of us have come to enjoy. Thanks for your support.
I have one more special presentation that I'd like to make before I release the competitors and coaches from the track. We'll have some introductions to make after that, but in order to clear the track and have it ready for our first races, after this presentation, I'll ask the athletes and coaches to clear the track. But before you do, I want you to meet someone. Kendra Rothschadel from Lena Winslow High School. Young lady, her coach came to us yesterday and told us that she had told her that while she did compete well in the triple jump, she was listed as a 12th qualifier, and she didn't jump that far. She shouldn't be a qualifier. She didn't need to tell us. If she hadn't told us, we would never have known any different. Her honesty provides an opportunity for two young ladies to jump here this afternoon in the finals who had qualified. Such honesty and dedication, commitment, all of these things represent what IHSA sports are about, and I wanted you to meet a young lady. So now, if I could get the athletes and coaches and everyone to clear the track, we're going to continue with some introductions here, but we want to be ready to start our races. Ladies and gentlemen, I have two special individuals that we're going to introduce just in a second. We have our honorary referees. Our first honorary referee is Mr. Jack Hirschbach. He's been giving back to the student athletes in Illinois twofold for over 30 years. Jack has been a high school social studies teacher for 33 years, spending the majority of his career teaching at Chester High School in Chester, Illinois. He has also doubled as a high school track and field coach during that time, spending 27 years as a head boys track and field coach, while also coaching girls track and field over the last 15 years of that stretch. Jack's accomplishments as a track and field coach include a pair of boys sectional track titles at Chester High School in 1998 and 99. Jack has combined to work over 50 IHSA boys and girls track and field state finals as an official, including his 23rd girls meet this year, 2010. He has served in a variety of roles, including as a high jump official. Jack previously served the IHSA as a member of the Track and Field Advisory Committee, serving a 3-year term. Jack also serves as a collegiate track and field official. as he is a high jump official at home meets for Eastern Illinois University and Southern Illinois University Carbondale. Jack reflected on his coaching and officiating experiences by thanking those around him who made them possible. I would like to say thank you to all my family and friends for allowing me the time to have the privilege to work with all the student athletes as a coach and as an official with the IHSA. Our next honorary official is Mr. Ernest Adkins. Ernest Adkins' love affair with track and field began as a student trainer for the Lincoln Senior High School track and field team in 1962. After joining the Air Force following high school, he began officiating basketball and football games during his service. Upon completing his military service in 1979, Ernest was invited to join the Lincoln Park track and field coaching staff by lifelong friend and legendary head coach Nino Fenoy. Between his time at Lincoln and East St. Louis High Schools, he spent 32 years as an assistant girls high school track and field coach before retiring in 1998. Lincoln and East St. Louis have been two of the most decorated track programs in state history. With Ernest on the coaching staff, Lincoln has won 13 IHSA girls track and field state championships, including 9 in a row from 1982 to 1990. East St. Louis also won a state title in 2008. Ernest has also been in IHSA as a track and field official for nearly 25 years, receiving his first state final assignment as an umpire in 1988. He ascended to head umpire, a position he continues to hold today. Ernest attributes his longevity as a track and field coach and official to the enjoyment of being able to work with great athletes, dedicated coaches, and the love and support of his family. Track and field truly has been a family affair for the Atkins, as 3 of his 7 children participated in the sport, including daughters Toya and Candace, who he coached at Lincoln. Thank you. At this time, back behind me, I'd like to introduce our head officials for the weekend. Mr. John Polka of Oak Park, Mr. Geza Eritru of Rockford, Peter Tucker of Highland, Galen Bennett of Byron, Tom Todd, Wheaton, Linnell Poole, Liston Park, Mike Powers, Batavia, Owen Fuller, Marcells, Chuck Austin, Rock Island, Bruce Wyman, Fisher, John Waymeyer, Millstack, Keith Jacoby, Batavia, and Dale Ewer, our meet referee from Millstack.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you all please rise and let us observe a moment of silence in memory of all those who have lost their lives serving our country, both overseas and domestically, those involved in the conflicts in Afghanistan and Iraq this weekend. Let us remember all those competitors who have been here before and have gone to their eternal reward, both competitors and officials. Thank you. At this time, I ask that you face the colors and join the Charleston High School Treblemakers in the singing of our national anthem. Thank you. All of our music on the field this weekend, the national anthems have been performed by members of the choral groups of Charleston High School. It's been a great honor for them, and we appreciate all of their talent here this weekend at the girls' state final meet.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could finish our opening ceremonies by asking you to join me in thanking, we have a couple of hundred volunteers working this track meet. They come from all over the state. They pay their own way, they pay their hotel, they pay their food bills, they pay for the gas to get here, and they come back again and again and again. And without them, this track meet simply would not exist. So please help me, thank me in joining these folks out here today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll allow us a few minutes to prepare the track, we'll plan on starting our races at 10 o'clock. Thank you for being here. We hope you have a wonderful experience.
Class 2A, ready to come onto the track. And here they are. Again, we will introduce the field after the start of the race. And here's the field. In position 1 on the rail was Monica Hahn of New Lenox Lincoln Way, Amanda Markwitz of Prairie Ridge in Crystal Lake, Ashley Schmidt of East Peoria, Jamie Hirschfang of Chicago Walter Payton, Molly Flood of Crystal Lake Central, Paige Gatter of Geneseo, Karen Lipa of Glenbard South, Amber Seo of Regina Dominican Wilmette, Lacey Gibson of Carbondale, Aubrey Schrerer of Waterloo, Meredith McLean, Sacred Heart Griffin in Springfield, 2 University of Chicago runners in this field, Laura Anderson, a freshman, and Sherry Fu, a senior, for the Maroons of Chicago University. Chloe Porter of Ileana Christian in Lansing, Joanna Cohn of Rock Island, Christy Rolfe of Springfield High, and Megan Hauk of Urbana. That leader, the early leader, is Hahn from the rail position. Hahn of Lincoln Way West, the Warriors of New Lenox.
1, 2, 6, 5, 4. And 4 is 5, and 5 is 4.
Everybody still together? Battling for the lead right now is Geneseo's Paige Gatter. That's Gatter and Hahn in the lead on the back stretch. This is Class 2A, Section 1 of the 3,200 meter run.
Let me go down, 05 at single A, 3,200 rock here, scratches. I'll get back to you in about 1 minute. Thank you.
Past the scoreboard, Sacred Heart Griffin in the front group, along with Urbana. That would be Megan Hauk of Urbana and Meredith McLean for Sacred Heart. Crystal Lake Central there in the black and orange. That's Molly Flood, sophomore for Crystal Lake Central.
1.
Top group still basically the same between Hahn of Lincoln Way, Gatter of Geneseo, McLean of Sacred Heart Griffin,
Glenbard South in there, Lipa.
and Lipa now coming in for Glenbard South, joining Molly Flood of Crystal Lake Central as they come through the north curve. Still Hahn of Lincoln Way West. There is Hauk on the outside. You can tell the Urbana runners with their orange socks, and Hauk now into the lead. And that should be Glenbard South's Lipa going to the top of the group as well.
3 of 8 laps complete.
3 of 8 laps now here in the 2A 3200.
What we did yesterday, they weren't calling up friends to see that, were they?
That looks like Karen Lipa of Glenbard South in the lead. Hahn still battling. Megan Hauk on the inside at the rail. Sacred Heart Griffin, Geneseo, Crystal Lake Central. In the top group, you see one of the University of Chicago runners coming. That's Fu leading the second half. Carbondale and Springfield comes up as well.
Griffin still in 4th.
Still in 4th is McLean. You see the top 6, led by Lipa of Glenbard South. Lipa trying to separate herself from the rest of the front runners. Second place is Hauk of Urbana.
Hahn in 3rd.
Hahn is in 3rd.
Dropping to 4th.
And looks like Crystal Lake Central still in the top 4.
You're right. Sacred Heart Griffin is 5th.
Sacred Heart Griffin's Meredith McLean, a freshman, is 5th.
We're going to try to come after her later.
Glenbard South in the lead. Crystal Lake Central now 2nd, Urbana 3rd, Lincoln Way West 4th, Sacred Heart Griffin, Geneseo, East Peoria challenging here for the lead in the next group. East Peoria would be Ashley Schmidt. Seven and a half minutes.
And 2.5 laps to go.
2.5 laps to go. Crystal Lake Central is Molly Flood in 2nd. Now there is a gap between 2nd and 3rd.
Coming after her. Good for her. Yeah. It's Molly Flood, Crystal Lake Central.
Molly Flood of Crystal Lake Central follows Lipa, then Hahn, and McLean, and Hauk. Geneseo next, then East Peoria.
McLean trying to take third.
McLean trying to take third.
And the battle up front. Now Flood chasing Lipa. Flood's being smart about it. She's got to go on time.
Now we have Flood right behind Lipa. And a group for third place.
600 meters to go.
600 meters to go. Molly Flood is a sophomore for Crystal Lake Central. Lipa, a junior out of Glen Ellen. Lipa and Flood, and now Flood into the lead for Crystal Central. Sacred Heart Griffin. Lincoln Way West, Urbana, East Peoria, and Carbondale. The bell lap, here's Gibson of Carbondale in the next group with Geneseo and East Peoria.
The positions, it must be warm down there. Positions haven't changed.
Into the curve, we have Flood of Crystal Lake Central at the 10.5-minute mark on the back stretch of the final lap. Lipa of Glenbard South is second. Third place now, a battle between Hahn of Lincoln Way West, Hauk of Urbana, and McLean of Sacred Heart Griffin. First call, Class 1A high jump. First call, Class 1A high jump. And we're going to bring her home from Crystal Lake Central, Molly Flood. Hung in there all the way. She'll get past 11.5. 11:30 for Flood. Here's Lipa of Glenbard South. Then we have McLean of Sacred Heart Griffin. Hauk and Hahn, and East Peoria battles. That's Schmidt trying to get into the top group. Springfield coming home along with the University of Chicago. But our win is to Flood at 11:30.59, followed by should be Lipa of Glen Ellen, Glenbard South.
Regina.
Here's the runner from Regina Dominican, which is Amber Seal. And from the University of Chicago, here comes Laura Anderson, a freshman. And that should be the end of the race. Another freshman making her first appearance of hopefully many between this venue and Detweiler Field. Welcome, the first of 3 preliminary heats in the Class 2A, 4x800. Here's the field in race number 1. Position 1 on the rail. It'll be the Pioneers of Normal U High. In position 2, Maple Park Caneland. In 3, Regina Dominican of Wilmette. In position 4, Springfield Sacred Heart Griffin. Geneseo, the Maple Leafs, will be in position 5. Centralia, the Orphan Annies in this race. Troy Triad, position 7. Galesburg in 8. Glenbard South in 9. Aurora Central Catholic in 10. And on the outside, with one of the 3 sectional best times, the Hampshire Whippers. This is race number 1 of 3. So the winners plus the top 9 times advance to tomorrow's finals. This event is managed by Mr. John Polka of Oak Park. The coordinator officials, Geza Ehrentrue of Rockford. Meet referee is Dale Hewer of Millstat. The Class 2A started today. Lionel Poole of Richton Park, and we will go to the starter.
Leading off for Hampshire is Paige Membrano.
Exactly. And then he went to one, and then he asked about lunch break. Yeah. Yeah. He's doing that. Well, because he has to. I mean, otherwise they'll get it. I think it's hilarious. On your marks. Yeah.
Clean start. And Hampshire out in the top position as they now look to see their field past the break. Everyone comes down. And the early leader from the middle of the track looks like Geneseo, if I consider it from colors.
Emily Ford.
That would be Emily Ford for Geneseo. And we'll get a fix on the runners here in a second as they go by the scoreboard. That was Geneseo in the early lead. And I believe this would be Hampshire now in the lead, which would be Paige Membrano. That is Membrano in the lead. Hampshire wearing all purple with black trim. Geneseo is second. That's Ford for the Maple Leafs. Geneseo across the Rock River from Rock Island County. Third right now, that's Sacred Heart Griffin coming into third. Geneseo back into the lead. Geneseo and Ford, followed by Hampshire, Sacred Heart Griffin, Troy Triad, Aurora Central Catholic, and Maple Park Canelan, the Canelan Knights. And we go to the first exchange. Kelsey Adams with the baton, a freshman for the Maple Leafs.
The second team is? Most of the runners.
That's Hampshire and Chominko for Hampshire, along with Sacred Heart Griffin.
Griffin, that's Sarah
Giancoman for Sacred Heart.
Chominko's in the second.
Giacomini is the runner for Sacred Heart.
Geneseo leading.
Kelsey Adams for Geneseo. Here is Aurora Central Catholic trying to close up in the top 4. Troy. Galesburg is next after Troy.
Troy is Lauren Ewert.
Lauren Ewert, the runner for Troy Triad, out of the Metro East area.
Comer for Central Catholic.
Now the group tightens up, and it looks like Hampshire has taken the lead, but here's Aurora Central Catholic in the mix. Comer for Aurora, now battling with Hampshire. Geneseo and Griffin still in the top 4. Now Aurora Central takes the lead as we go to the North Curve.
5th place is coming on. Galesburg.
Galesburg 5th, Troy 6th, Caneland in 7th.
Galesburg in the 4th. Aurora Central.
Bailey Sheminsky now is leading for.
That's Bailey Sheminsky
Aurora.
running for Aurora Central Catholic. Pace seems to have quickened after the exchange. Geneseo battling back to 2nd.
Cosgrove.
That's Cosgrove for the Maple Leafs.
Galesburg.
And Galesburg on the outside looking for 2nd.
Hannah Hawkins.
That's Hawkins, and she'll challenge and take 1st for the outside for the Streaks. Lot of exchanges in this race. Hampshire now back to 4th, trying to come back in.
Hampshire 2nd.
Now up and into 2nd.
Holly Plitzter from Hampshire.
That's
Plitzter. 1890.
Holly Plitzta, who has had a great career cross country for the Whippers. She's now in 2nd place. That's Galesburg in the lead.
That's Hannah Hawkins.
Hannah Hawkins. Hampshire's time in the sectional, 9:37.77. Galesburg continues in the lead on the back stretch. Second call on the 4x100. Second call 4x100. Just a note here, ladies and gentlemen, not only are we broadcasting here in the stadium, but this race being captured by IHSA TV, which is streamed onto the web by the Illinois High School Association. This looks like Holly Plitzta back into the lead for Hampshire. So Hampshire will regain here on the anchor leg.
Cassie Cruz.
That is Cruz, a sophomore for Hampshire.
Jackie Kennedy for Galesburg.
Jackie Kennedy now running for Galesburg. Cruz in the lead at 7.5 minutes.
Sacred Heart Griffin 3rd.
Sacred Heart Griffin looks at
Delvo.
3rd. We'll check that.
That's who it is.
Delvo for Sacred Heart. Here's your leader coming out of the North Curve. It's Hampshire.
Cassie Cruz.
Cruz. Galesburg is 2nd. That's Kennedy. Third is Sacred Heart Griffin.
Delvo.
That's Delvo. Geneseo is fourth. Chenoweth for the Maple Leafs. Aurora Central Catholic, the Chargers, coming into the stretch. We're in the bell lap.
Sacred Heart Griffin challenging and taking second.
Now Sacred Heart moving up. Delvo looking for second on Kennedy and Galesburg. And Delvo for Sacred Heart
Aurora Central Catholic fifth.
into second in the south curve. Your leader now on the back stretch with 200 to go. Cassie Cruz, sophomore for the Whippers. Again, their sectional time 9:37.77 as we just cross the 9-minute mark.
Geneseo is at
And Cruz looking to better that time as we come around. Geneseo into third. That's Chenoweth. Let's bring them home. This is Hampshire. The Whippers. And Cruz, 9:22, 9:23. It looks like they'll beat their sectional time and set the pace for this race. And they will cross at 9:32. Here is Sacred Heart Griffin into second. Delvo. Third will be Geneseo and the Maple Leaves. Chenoweth. Fourth is Galesburg and Jackie Kennedy. Here's a battle now between Troy Triad and Aurora Central Catholic. Glenbard South now up into this end of the race, coming from behind. Troy, Aurora, Glenbard South, Caneland. And still runners on the track. That's Regina Dominican and Centralia coming home. The three winners. So Hampshire will move on along with the rest of the field, the top 9 in time. And that will be it for heat number 1 of the 4x800 meters in Class 2A. Here's the field for heat number 2. And the field looks to be this. Position 1, the Sterling Warriors. In 1, Sycamore. In position 2, Chicago Jones. In 3.
That 9:32 is your record.
And Woodstock in 4. Bloomington High School, the Raiders. Position 5, Joliet Catholic. JCA, the Hilltoppers, in 6. The Burlington Rockets in 7. Wheaton St. Francis in 8. Grays Lake Central in 9. Vernon Hills, the Cougars in 10. Rochelle in 11. Rochelle with a 9:35.84.
Steve Tucker to the long jump.
Steve Tucker to the long jump.
On my way, I'm in the 10.
Oh, okay.
Tucker to the long jump. Pete Tucker to the long jump.
Rochelle. Hatfield for Rochelle.
Discus weigh-in now available for Class 2A and 3A. And after we start this race, we have some information for you on what you just witnessed in race number 1. We'll go to the starter.
On your mark.
Ladies and gentlemen, from that win by Hampshire, 9:32.11, the time posted for Class 2A. And given that Class 2A is in its second year of competition. Hampshire has set the new Class 2A record unofficially. Was held last year 9:34.09 by Yorkville in the first year of competition for Class 2A. Hampshire has posted a new record time in Class 2A 4x800, but we'll see what happens in this race.
Rochelle. It is Brooke Hatfield.
Brooke Hatfield for Rochelle, the early leader in this race. First call for the second flight of the long jump. First call for the second flight of the long jump. Still in the early stages here, Rochelle with the lead here in race number 2.
Brooke Hatfield.
Brooke Hatfield. As we come to the exchange, that is Rochelle, now into second place. Looks to be that. Check that there as Rochelle continues in the lead.
And that is Brianna Newton of Rochelle.
Brianna Newton
What's the other
of Rochelle.
17. I've got it already.
Sarah Schneider.
Second. Sarah Schneider, if it's Bloomington, it's the second.
First call, girls AA shot put. Second flight. First call, girls AA shot put.
Well, Bloomington's in the lead.
All right, Bloomington
That's Sarah
battling Snyder, battling for the lead here with Rochelle. In the powder blue, that's Joliet Catholic in third. Bus driver or coach for St. Joseph High School. There, your bus is blocking a driveway and needs to be moved immediately. The bus driver from St. Joseph High School. That's all on the side of the bus. That's Rochelle in the lead. Second, Joliet Catholic Academy. Third is Bloomington. Fourth, Burlington Central. Wheaton St. Francis is fifth. Here is Woodstock.
Sarah Glasser leading. Sarah Glasser.
That's Glasser now in the lead for Rochelle. Kennedy is running for Joliet Catholic there in the powder blue and the day glow orange shoes. That's Joliet Catholic. Bloomington moving up on the Hilltoppers.
Amanda Adams.
Amanda Adams for the Raiders. Bloomington, one of the ranked teams out of Illinois Prep Top Times coming into the sectionals. Rochelle still with the lead. Now Bloomington is second. Rochelle with a comfortable pace here as they come around to the home stretch in between the exchanges. Well, lap to go till the next exchange. We're at the 5-minute mark, almost a 6-minute mark now. So we'll be heading to the anchors here after this run. Rochelle, Bloomington, Joliet Catholic, Burlington Central, and Wheaton St. Francis.
Glasser from Rochelle.
Glasser is the leader from Rochelle, coming out of the south curve onto the backstretch. The sun trying to break its way through the clouds. We're hoping for a much better day conditions-wise than yesterday's 1A run. Quite miserable conditions here in Charleston yesterday for the 1A preliminaries. 200 to go. Rochelle in the lead. Rochelle, Bloomington, Joliet Catholic, Burlington and Wheaton St. Francis, and Woodstock. That's the order for the anchors as the leader comes into home stretch. Rochelle, their sectional time 9:35.84. Of course, the standard now is 9:32, just set by Hampshire. This is Dobbs for Rochelle. Bloomington, second. Now, this is Wheaton St. Francis has pushed into third. Wheaton, Kelly McShay, and Joliet Catholic right behind.
Rachel Satori.
Satori for the Hilltoppers. This is a final call on the 4x1. Final call on the 4x1 into the tent.
Rachel Sartori.
Rachel Sartori trying to get back into third, battling Wheaton St. Francis.
Kelly McShay.
Kelly McShay for St. Francis. Here comes Rochelle. This is Dobbs, continues in the lead. As they are ready for the bell. 400 to go for Dobbs. Bloomington is second.
Meg Fitzgerald.
Fitzgerald for Bloomington. JCA is third. Joliet Sartori for Joliet Catholic. And fourth is Wheaton St. Francis.
Kelly McShay.
Kelly McShay. Sounds like an all-Irish final 400 meters here.
It's true.
Dobbs maybe, but I should have heard some there.
Yeah, we're looking at the time. She's not going to beat the time in the previous.
And there's Dobbs for Rochelle.
The guy that's running here does. He's running fast.
Round the north curve. Let's see how close they can get to 9:32 or 9:35, their sectional time. Here comes Rochelle for the win. This is Dobbs. Bloomington second, JCA challenging.
Fitzgerald, Bloomington.
Fitzgerald of Bloomington. There's 9:32 on the clock, and they'll get to 9:37. Now a battle for second. Bloomington, Fitzgerald and Sartori battle at the line. It'll go Bloomington, JCA, Wheaton St. Francis, Kelly McShay. Here's Burlington Central and Woodstock.
Woodstock is Cynthia Arroyo.
Cynthia Arroyo for Woodstock. Sterling now coming home. Field still completing this race now into the north curve, but that is race number 2, 9:37.23 for Rochelle. Bloomington second, JCA third, Wheaton St. Francis fourth, and Vernon Hills up there.
Press box, we have a new record in the first flight of the Class 2A preliminary long jump. Alexandria Hart of Springfield Southeast.
Oh, did they?
19 feet 3 1/4.
Here's race number 3 onto the track. In position 1, Chicago Lakeview. In 2, Richmond Burton from far northern Illinois.
AA, second flight of the shot put, please.
Second flight of the shot put in AA report. Second flight. The Chargers of Champaign Centennial in 3. The Springfield Senators in 4. Arlington Heights St. Viator in 5. The Yorkville Foxes in 6. The Maroons of University of Chicago High School in 7. Crystal Lake Central in 8. Marengo in 9. Nazareth Academy of LaGrange Park in 10. The Stars of Rich Township South, Richton Park in 11. And the sectional best, the Irish of Peoria, Notre Dame, on the outside position in 13. We go to the starter.
Yeah, Whitley.
On your marks. Everybody up. Everybody up. Girls, please step up to IHSA on your marks. Thank you. On your marks.
Another clean start here in our last preliminary of the 4x800. And there you see Notre Dame opening it up from the outside position. That's Lawless, a freshman for the Irish.
Inside.
And from the inside, that looks like Springfield High coming to the rail.
She won't be there long. That's why. Different times.
9:31.61, the sectional time. Best time coming in for Notre Dame. We'll see them challenge the 9:32 mark set earlier in this event. Early as we come out of the curve, this should be the Springfield Senators, followed by Peoria Notre Dame, Richmond Burton, and then a group. Springfield and Notre Dame. It looks like Vernon Hills moving up on the outside.
That's Kirby Hale from Springfield.
Kirby Hale of Springfield.
Charmini Arnold for Rich South.
Arnold for Rich South.
Challenging for second.
Challenging for second. Yep, in the powder blue. Out there, that is Rich South.
Here comes Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
Green Lawless.
Lawless trying to close the gap on Springfield. And they are tightening it up into the north curve. They've cleared the scoreboard, and Lawless will make a move.
Jesse Wynn for Notre Dame second.
Lawless battling Springfield High. And it looks like they'll go an even. This is Yorkville now into third.
Jesse Wynn for Notre Dame.
That's Jesse Wynn for Notre Dame. Springfield High.
Springfield has Sarah Ward.
That's Sarah Ward, and Yorkville now is third.
Trina Donarski.
Donarski for the Foxes. Now a battle between Springfield and Peoria Notre Dame.
Ward for Springfield.
Ward for Springfield.
Jesse Wynn.
Jesse Wynn.
Wynn for Notre Dame. Ward and Wynn into the north curve.
Third place running nice.
Yorkville keeps pace. And
Donarski from York.
Donarski trying to close on the leaders.
Jesse Wynn. Yorkville coming strong.
Viators is fourth.
Press box.
Coach from Richards to the clerk's tent. Coach from Oaklawn, Richards to the clerk's tent.
Yorkville in the lead.
Yorkville has moved into the lead. That should be Donarski
Yes, it is.
for the Foxes.
Wynn second for Notre Dame.
Wynn is second for Notre Dame. Ward third for Springfield. Donarski, Wynn, and Ward. That's St. Viator's in fourth. The blue over red from Arlington Heights. Through the curve. We'll double check that the red Y is on the front of the leader, and that's Yorkville, Donarski. Here's Notre Dame, Wynn, challenging Donarski. Ward is third for the Senators, St. Viator fourth.
Notre Dame strong push.
And the exchanges. Notre Dame trying to stay shoulder to shoulder now, off the right shoulder for Yorkville.
Molly's anchoring.
What is it?
I don't know. I couldn't peek at the number. I missed it.
On the back stretch. There's Notre Dame into the lead. Yorkville second, Springfield High third.
Maggie Clark. Delquist is going to run the anchor. Molly Delquist is the anchor. This gal's looking good.
Nice run by Notre Dame here, looking to hand off
Next time around. Lap to go.
with a lap to go to Dahlquist for the Irish.
That is Maggie Clark.
Maggie Clark running for Peoria Notre Dame.
And being challenged.
And being challenged by Yorkville.
And will beat Yorkville's lead.
Palmer for Yorkville. Maggie Clark. Now looks like Clark is in second. And Yorkville back into the lead.
Running strong.
This is Palmer for Yorkville into the anchor.
Come on, Clark.
Look at most of the anchors.
And the handoff to Allie Hester for Yorkville.
Molly Delquist.
And Molly Dahlquist for Peoria Notre Dame. Here's Springfield coming in.
Springfield is Maddie Alexander.
Maddie Alexander for the Senators. And there was trouble on the exchange for Springfield, and they're out of it. So now we have Yorkville and Notre Dame.
Allie Hester for Yorkville.
Allie Hester for Yorkville. Molly Dahlquist for Notre Dame. Third looks like Marengo.
Marengo is Shawnee Demish.
Shawnee Demish for Marengo. Here's Yorkville now, and the field is about to be lapped as that's Chicago Lakeview in front with Yorkville and Allie Hester tossing off a headband and heading to the bell lap. Dahlquist is second. Marengo is third. Demish. Then you have St. Viator's, Rich South, Springfield trying to come back after the exchange. Been pretty much a battle between Yorkville, Notre Dame, and Springfield up to that point. It's still Allie Hester now on the back stretch. Notre Dame's Dahlquist is second, just past the 9-minute mark, as Hester heads into the north curve.
Pretty close to a record.
9:13. Their sectional best is 9:31. Here comes Allie Hester, and it's a battle against the clock. 10 seconds to go. From a record standpoint, here is Allie Hester, sophomore for the Yorkville Foxes. And we're past 9:31. Hester will advance her team to the finals. Dahlquist for Notre Dame now is second, battling the clock. Marengo and Rich South. Springfield
From Rich South.
recovers. That's Henson for Rich South. Hudson. Crystal Lake Central comes home. Miller. And there's St. Viator's trying to hang on to the finish line. University of Chicago behind them, with Richmond Burton following. So Yorkville 9:39.06, Notre Dame 9:47.69. Marengo is third, Rich South fourth. Springfield drops back to close to the 10-minute mark. Crystal Lake Central, Champaign Centennial, Arlington Heights, St. Viator, and U-High Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, on the track, it's Class 2A in the 4x800 meters. Here's the field. Position 1, the Stars of Rich Township South, Peoria, Notre Dame, the Irish in 2, Springfield, Sacred Heart Griffin in 3, in 4, Marengo, in 5, the Bloomington Raiders, the Yorkville Foxes in 6, Wheaton St. Francis in Gales in 7, the Galesburg Silver Streaks in 8, Rochelle, the Hubs in 9, the Angels of Joliet Catholic Academy in 11. We go to the starter. Yesterday, Hampshire with the preliminary best 9:32.11, followed by Yorkville and Rochelle. Rochelle with a 9:37.23, Yorkville 9:39.86. Into the north curve. That looks like Hampshire with the early lead. Rochelle second, Geneseo third, Joliet Catholic fourth, Galesburg in fifth.
That's Hatfield for Rochelle. Ford for Geneseo.
Membrano, the freshman for Hampshire. Now we have a new leader. I believe that is Geneseo into the first position. The Maple Leaves from Henry County now battling with Hampshire. Rochelle is third. JCA, the Angels, fourth.
Hatfield for Rochelle.
Hatfield for Rochelle. Running for the Hubs.
Sikorsky for JCA. Sikorsky. Francesca Sikorsky for the Joliet Catholic.
Sikorsky running for Joliet Catholic. Here is Yorkville now into the top of the group. Yorkville.
Esther Bell.
Esther Bell now into the lead for the Yorkville Foxes. After the first 400.
Hands off to Donarski.
Donarski is running this leg for Yorkville. Donarski, a very strong day yesterday.
Okay. Adams for Geneseo. Where's Notre Dame on this now? They got that freshman out of the way. They should be okay for doing on in.
Still Donarski for Yorkville, the seat of Kendall County. Second is Hampshire. Third, Rochelle.
Second runner for Hampshire is Tiffany Few.
Tiffany Few running for Hampshire. JCA now fourth. Geneseo fifth. Now a challenge on the backstretch. Rochelle challenging Donarski. Brianna Newton for Rochelle. Into the lead. Donarski back into the lead for the Foxes. Fu running third for Hampshire. JCA is fourth. I believe this is Bloomington, the Bloomington Raiders in fifth. Running for Bloomington right now, Amanda Adams. Yorkville still with the lead.
Yorkville is Palmer.
Palmer for Yorkville. Lena Palmer.
Plichta for Hampshire.
Holly Plichta for Hampshire is the three runner for the Whippers.
Kennedy is leading that second pack for JCA.
Kennedy leading the second group, and now she has been passed. There is Plichta coming in for Hampshire. Now Peoria Notre Dame into the 4 position. Bloomington, Galesburg, JCA, Wheaton, St. Francis.
Jesse Wynn for Notre Dame.
That's Jesse Wynn for Notre Dame.
Correction, Maggie Clark.
And Clark, we can go to the award stand.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have results from the Class 2A long jump. In 9th place from Breeze, Modern Day, jumping 17 feet 3 inches, Meredith Fleckner. In 8th place for the Hubs of Rochelle, the junior Lexi Sondergraf jumped 17 feet 5 inches to place 8th. In 7th place out of Thornton Fractional North, Dominique Jefferson jumped 17 feet 7 1/4 inches to take 7th. In 6th place out of LaSalle, Peru, Ellen Wright, the sophomore, jumped 17 feet 8 inches. In 5th place, jumping 17 feet 8 1/4 inches, the sophomore Lexi Hobbs from Dunlap. And the freshman from Olympia Fields, Rich Central, Alea Hallman, jumped 17 feet 10 1/4 inches to place 4th. Placing 3rd, the future Indiana State Sycamore, Kelly Steffen, jumped 18 feet 1/2 inch for Bloomington. And your Class 2A runner-up with a leap of 18 feet 3 3/4 inches, Destiny Carter from Danville. And your Class 2A champion in the long jump, landing 19 feet 3 1/4 inches from the board, Alexandria Hardin from Southeast Springfield.
Back to this race, and we're heading to 400 to go, and that is Allie Hester of the Yorkville Foxes, Cassie Cruz running for Hampshire, for Rochelle, Michelle Dobbs, and this is Notre Dame coming across, and Molly Dahlquist. That's your top 4 in this race with less than 400 to go. Allie Hester.
A minute to the record right now, a minute.
With a minute to another record for Yorkville's Hester. She's a sophomore. The record in Class 2A, which would have been set last year by Hampshire, who's in this race, 9:31.11, set by the Hampshire team you're basically seeing out there. Now Allie Hester will challenge as we hit the 9-minute mark right now. 9 minutes, and here comes Rochelle and Hampshire on Hester. 9:31.11 is the record, and Rochelle and Hampshire, that's Dobbs and Cruz, Dobbs and Cruz, Dobbs and Cruz on Hester. It is Cruz and Hester at the line, but it's both a record. This will both be a record through there when it's separated. All 3 are under the record. Here comes Sacred Heart Griffin, and Peoria Notre Dame is 4. We'll sort out the rest here, but what an exciting finish to this 2A race where Hampshire challenged at the end against their own record, apparently is now a factor in a new one. Cassie Cruz of Hampshire battling Allie Hester and Michelle Dobbs. Let's hear it for all of them in that race. What a race out there in 2A. We'll wait for the scoreboard to come up with the official.
For all classes, the discus weigh-in is now open in the hospitality tent at the southeast corner of the stadium. The hospitality tent, discus weigh-in at this time.
But 3A will be up to the challenge. Hampshire 9:22.05, Yorkville 9:22.05, photo finish 9:22.49, Rochelle. Notre Dame is 4th, Sacred Heart Griffin is 5th, Bloomington 6th, Wheaton St. Francis 7th, but we have a tie which actually goes to Hampshire. 9:22.042, 9:22.048. It splits. Hampshire is the state champion for the 2nd year in a row. But what a performance by Hester. What a performance by Rochelle. Race number 1 here of 5. Here's the field. On the inside, Chicago, Kenwood. Lanes all the way. Riverside Brookfield, the Bulldogs in position 3. Peoria Richwoods in 4. In the middle here, the Meteors of Thornton, Fractional Township North, Calumet City. The Cahokia Comanches in 6. Geneseo, the Maple Leafs in 7. And Highland from Southern Illinois in 8. This is heat number 1 of 5, the 4x100. And we've had a call for the hurdles. First call. Clean start, lane 6, that's Cahokia. The Comanches led by Rontacial Rogers.
Sit there for a moment. Hopefully.
And the exchanges, there's TF North running strong in the middle, but Cahokia with the lead outside. There's Cahokia's exchange first, then TF North. Now TF North moving up. The Meteors will go in. Their anchor is Bobo, and Bobo on the inside to Cahokia. This is Trinea Bobo, TF North with the win for the Meteors. Trinea Bobo on the anchor for TF North. That's race number 1, 49-28. That beats their sectional time. Cahokia right behind them in the sectional numbers. And they'll be second here as well. That's race number 1. Here's number 2 into the blocks. Crystal Lake Prairie Ridge in lane number 2. Harold L. Richards of Oak Lawn, the Bulldogs in 3. The Rockets of Burlington Central in 4. In 5 in the middle, the Carbondale Terriers. The Urbana Tigers in 6. Glenbard South in 7. And the Bloomington Raiders out in number 8.
Two of 8. So
this is race number 2 of 5, and we go to the starter. And we're coming back.
Lane 3. No, maybe
like
not.
that.
Or if you hit.
Lane 3 is now open. Lane 3.
only get one false start.
Here's your shortcut,
Okay.
and that'll take.
In the middle here with Carbondale. Off the exchanges, there's Carbondale running strong in the middle. Glenbard South out high. There in the red. Watch the exchangers. Glenbard from lane number 7. On the inside now, you got Carbondale re-challenging. And lane number 5 is Carbondale. That's Cobb for the Terriers. Being challenged by Urbana. And then Glenbard South, it will go. Carbondale, Wood for Urbana. And then Glenbard South, Cobb with the win on the anchor for the Terriers. Heat number 3 onto the track. In lane number 2, the Warriors of Crete Moni and the Sterling Warriors next door. The Springfield Senators in 4. The K's of Kankakee High School in 5. The Rocks of Rock Island in 6. Sacred Heart Griffin out in 7. And Ileana Christian from Lansing. The Vikings will be out in 8. Field referee to the dugout. Field referee to the dugout. We're Kankakee in the middle. The maroon and black and the K's running strong, quite even across. Rock Island running in yellow over black. There's Rock Island and Kankakee.
Really strong.
Lane 6.
And Ileana hanging in there too. There's Ileana running even with Rock Island, and here comes Kimple of Kankakee. Dominique Kimple with the win for the K's. Second will go Rock Island. And 8, Ileana Christian, strong leg, both on the exchange into and out of the anchors for the Vikings.
Lays him down.
Kankakee 48-44. Rock Island 49-49. Lansing Christian 49-58 for Ileana Christian. Sectional times 48-78 with Springfield Southeast. So Kankakee, with that great effort by Dominique Kimple, now under the sectional best time. Heat number 4. In lane number 2, Fenger Academy of Chicago. In 3, the Lakes High School of Lake Villa. The Danville Vikings in 4. In the middle, Chatham Glenwood. Springfield area's Chatham Glenwood. Metamora in 6. Decatur MacArthur, the Generals in 7, Mahomet Seymour, the Bulldogs in 8, and it's the Phoenix of North Lawndale Charter Chicago out in 9. The middle here, Chatham, Glenwood, Danville, and Metamora. Field referee to the dugout. Field referee to the dugout. Chatham Glenwood there in the white over red, and they're moving up. That's Jackson for Chatham, and they are gaining on the stagger. Chatham Glenwood on the back stretch into the next exchange. And a weak handoff there for Chatham allows the outside teams to gather, including MacArthur and Seymour, but she got it back, and now we go to Chatham Glenwood on the anchor, challenged on the inside by Danville. Danville is Hughes.
5-4.
And Jackson for Glenwood. It's going to go 5-4-6, which means Metamora and Duvendak with the third place finish. Chatham 49-36, Danville 49-59. MacArthur will go fourth at 50-60. Metamora 49-90. And we now introduce the field in Class 2A, the state championship. Danville in 1, Cahokia in 2, Chatham Glenwood in 3, the Meteors of Thornton Fractional Township North in 4, Kankakee in the middle, Springfield Southeast in 6, Carbondale, the Terriers in 7, the Rock Island Rocks in 8, and the Vikings of Ileana Christian in 9. We will go to the starter, we will run this race, and then go to the 1A award stand. We hand it to the starter, Mr. Poole. Clean start. This should be a battle between Springfield Southeast. Amber Brown leads off for the Spartans. And that is a great start for Southeast. Kankakee, don't count them out. The battle will be in the anchors. Right now you see Springfield Southeast in the middle. Outside of Southeast is Carbondale. Carbondale trying to stay even. On the inside you have Kankakee. Kankakee, bit of a pause on the exchange, but they are making up the stagger on the inside. It's Kankakee, Springfield Southeast, and then Rock Island may be strong here too. Now we have Carbondale and Springfield Southeast. For Carbondale, it's Cobb, it's Alexandria Hardin, and that is Kimple running for Kankakee, and Kankakee has come across. She's ran tremendous races. Kankakee first, then Springfield Southeast. and possibly Carbondale. We'll look at it later. We'll go to the awards. And we go now to the starter for Class 2A, Section 2, the 3,200 meter run. And we can go to the awards stand for the long jump in 3A. Awards stand.
We have the results of the 3A long jump. In ninth place, we jump to 17 feet 7 inches from Lyle Benton Academy, Liz Yahiro. In eighth place, we jump to 17 feet 7.5 inches from Lincoln Way North High School in Frankfort, J.B. Biniak. In seventh place, we jump to 17 feet 7.75 inches from Aurora West High School, Shanice Andrews. In sixth place, we jump of 17 feet 8.5 inches from Wabansie Valley High School in Aurora, Deshaw Patton. In fifth place, we'll jump of 17 feet 8.5 inches from McHenry High School, Ashley Conway. In fourth place, we'll jump of 17 feet 9 inches from Willowbrook High School in Villa Park, Colleen Kazakowski. In third place, we'll jump of 17 feet 9 inches from Lockport Township, Molly Sloan. Your state runner-up with a jump of 18 feet 3/4 inch from Moline High School, Miranda Gieber. And your winner with a jump of 19 feet 5 3/4 inch from Thornton High School in Harvey, Ashley Stacy.
Here's a field in the Class 2A 3,200 meter run. They include Ashley Pribble of Morton, Leah Brooks of Dunlop, Erin Poss of Antioch, Lindsay Rogers of Chatham Glenwood, Maggie Cornelius of Springfield, Cassie Lohmeyer of East Peoria, Elise Beatty of Woodstock, Haley Thorpe of Dixon, Stephanie Say of Galesburg, Maz Negro of Springfield Sacred Heart Griffin, Margot Richardson of Mount Vernon, who holds the current record in this event, 11:13.76, Richardson of Mount Vernon, Allie Marks, a freshman for Vernon Hills, Erica LaVista of Montini in Lombard, Erin Fallon of River Grove Garin, Holly Plickta of Hampshire, Plickta, part of that state record earlier in the 4x800, Kayla Beatty of Woodstock, Kristen Levi, a junior from Belvedere North and a past top 10 finisher at Detweiler, and Chelsea Sondergroth, the second Dixon Duke in this race.
Sisters are in front.
And right now, as we saw yesterday, the Beatty sisters have come to the forefront. That's Elise and Kayla. And here's Margot Richardson challenging them as we come close to 4 minutes. Margot Richardson now into second, dividing the Beatty sisters. Richardson with a very noteworthy career in track and field. The 2008 state cross-country champion, first 2A champion in cross-country, and the record holder from last year in this event on the track at O'Brien.
They're separated. There's three.
Beatty, Richardson, Beatty, your first three. I believe this is Poss of Antioch. We'll check that coming around in the 4 position. This should be Kayla Beatty in the lead, and by competitor number it is Kayla Beatty, Margot Richardson. Final call 1A discus, final call 1A discus.
A field referee is needed in the dugout. Field referee to the dugout, please.
Poss is in the 4 position for Antioch, the senior Aaron Poss, 5:49, 5:50 on the clock.
This event is amazing. Class A is still the best in state, and that's Susie Tuffy.
Kayla Beatty with the lead. Margot Richardson in second for the Mount Vernon Rams. And then Elise Beatty.
They have opened it up.
Aaron Poss is next for Antioch. And Sacred Heart Griffin next in. That should be Maz Negro, the junior. Negro, an integral part of Sacred Heart Griffin's Class 2A team trophies in cross country. And that looks to be Plicta for Hampshire behind Negro. So there's your top 6. And now Kayla Beatty has opened it up. Richardson is second. Elise Beatty third. Aaron Poss fourth. Maz Negro and Holly Plicta in the next spots. We're into the final 800 as we cross the finish line. Beatty, Richardson, Beatty. Call for the hurdles and the sprints, the 100 hurdles, the 100 sprints to the tent. Calls for the 100 hurdles and the 100 sprints to the tent. Here is Poss, followed by Negro, followed by Plicta of the Hampshire Whippers. Next in is East Peoria. East Peoria, which was Lohmeyer, followed by Dunlap's Brooks. And I did not say Brooks from Dunlap. That's Dunlap's Brooks.
Leah Brooks.
Leah Brooks.
With an S.
Kayla Beatty.
Now we're looking at the record.
With 400 to go, Margot Richardson, current record holder, is next. 11:13.76 for Margot, set last year. Here is Elise Beatty. Poss and now Negro challenging Poss with Holly Plichta behind. And Lohmeyer for East Peoria. The Raiders from Tazewell County. And the field is about to be lapped. Kayla Beatty had a sectional time of 10:50.24. We can tear that up and throw it away.
Also, the state record.
The state record in this event, the IHSA 10:13.24, well, that one will stand, but this is Kayla Beatty at 10:30.
Beat the 2A record by 43 seconds.
And now Margot Richardson will come in under 11, which means she'll beat her record from last year. In second, Margot Richardson, Mount Vernon. Here is Elise Beatty.
She could beat the record from last year.
She also could beat the record from last year, as she'll finish just past 11. Potts of Antioch, Negro, Sacred Heart Griffin, Holly Plichta of the Hampshire Whippers, followed by Lohmeyer of East Peoria. Here comes Galesburg now. This should be Say of Galesburg. Next in is a Dixon Duke. Should be Sondergroth with the higher hip number. And then a battle as Springfield comes home. But a new record in Class 2A, 10:30.62 by Kayla Beatty, Woodstock.
Top 5 runners beat last year's record.
The top 5 runners beat last year's record. Class 3A.
And your 2010 Class 2A 3,200-meter run state champion. From the streets of Woodstock, Kayla Beatty set a new state record of 10:30.
Lane 3, Deona Reed from Rock Island. Lane 4 is Alexis Jimson Miller from Danville. Lane 5 is Kelly Steffen from Bloomington. Lane 6 is Brenna Detra from Peoria Richwoods. Lane 7, Morgan Ryan, Metamora. Lane 8, Gabby Schmidt from Woodstock. And Lane 9, Brielle James from Aurora, the Illinois Math and Science Academy, IMSA. Brielle James, Lane 9.
A note to the competitors and their coaches.
We're apparently it's a network issue because the short
Started early.
Here's flight number 1 in lane number 5. That's Steffen of Bloomington.
5-4-6.
Kelly Steffen, Jimson Miller from the Big 12's Danville right next to her. 5-4. Now close on 6 with Detra of Richwoods, a freshman. Closing in on 3rd. Steffen with a 15-20 for Bloomington High. Looks like Detra caught her at the line.
15-68.
Jimson Miller of Danville, 1570.
Here's your lineup for the preliminary heat number 2. In lane 1, Lenore Mabel from Chicago Perspectives Charter. Lane 2, Natasha Seymour, Olympia Fields, Rich Central. Lane 3, Justine Moore from Sandwich, Illinois. Lane 4, Logan Tillman from Rockford East. Lane 5, Kayla Phillips from Mattoon. Lane 6, Destiny Artist from Country Club Hills, Hillcrest. Lane 7, Abby Fearman from Peoria, Notre Dame. In lane 8, Sierra Turner from Rock Island High School. And in lane 9, from Bethalta Civic Memorial, Lexi Smith.
Second call on the 100 meters to the tent. Second call on the 100 meters.
Hope that works.
And here in this race, we have a Big 12 factor right in the middle as a favorite.
Repeat, please.
Kayla Phillips of Mattoon. She was second in the sectionals, 15:05. For the Green Waves, Kayla Phillips.
Started early because I announced.
And there in the middle, we have lane 4 battling Kayla Phillips. Phillips and Tillman. It's going to go 5-4-3. 5-4-3 for the Purdue-bound Kayla Phillips of Mattoon with the win. 15:36 the time for Phillips.
In lane 1, Chicago North Lawndale Charter, Daphne Coates. In lane 2, Sarah Mosage from LaSalle, Peru. In lane 3, Justice Collins, Springfield Southeast. In lane 4, Casey Storm from Geneseo. In lane 5, from Illinois Math and Science Academy in Aurora, Amber Farrell. In lane 6, Mackenzie White from Urbana High School. In lane 7, Jolie Christie from Springfield Sacred Heart Griffin. In lane 8, from Carbondale, Sarah Goodale. And in lane 9, from Chicago Lindblom, Samira Little.
Looks like we've got a white flag now. We'll go to the starter. Final call on the 100s. Final call in the 100s.
On your marks. Set.
Clean start. Inside of Farrell, that's Casey Storm of Geneseo. Now you have Amber Farrell of IMSA.
5,
It's Farrell.
6, 7.
Looks like Storm has pulled up after that start, so 5, 6, 9 is the apparent order. Farrell of IMSA, Mackenzie White of Urbana, and Little of Chicago Lindblom.
Had a rough time getting started. Once
To
you
your
got
period
going,
1, 2, 3. Champion.
The Class 2A 100-meter high hurdle field consists of Shamir Little from Lindblom, Mackenzie White from Urbana, Brenna Detra from Peoria Richwoods, Kayla Phillips, Mattoon, Amber Farrell from EMSA, Aurora Math and Science Academy, Kelly Steffen from Bloomington, Logan Tillman from Rockford East, Alexis Jimson Miller, a freshman from Danville, and rounding out the field, lane 9 from Sandwich, Justine Moore. To the starter.
We go to the starter in the 2A championship in the hurdles. Clean start. Watch Kayla Phillips of Mattoon with Amber Farrell. Farrell of IMSA on the outside is Steffen of Bloomington. It's Farrell of IMSA, Steffen of Bloomington, Phillips of Mattoon. That will go 1, 2, 3. IMSA, Bloomington, Mattoon. And Richwoods, Detra, the apparent fourth. Amber Farrell, 14-17. 14-17 versus a 2A record of 14-48. That appears to be a record for Farrell. Steffen, 14-67 for the Bloomington Railers.
Here's your field for preliminary heat number 1 in the 100-meter dash. In lane 2, Clarissa Maldonado from Chicago Peyton. In lane 3, Jessica Ayers from Prairie Ridge, Crystal Lake. In lane 4, Alyssa Wood from Urbana High School. In lane 5, and your heat leader, Amber Brown from Springfield Southeast. In lane 6, from Aurora Rosary, Anna Dufel. In lane 7, from Sycamore High School, Lake Kawaza. And rounding out the field in lane 8, from Glenbard South and Glen Ellen, Ashley Ellis.
It wasn't my way
Once
yesterday.
again, 3 preliminary heats, and we have had a call on the 800-meter run. Call to the tent for the 800-meter run. There are 2 heats in the 800-meter run. Competitors in 2A to the tent. We go to the starter.
We need the Danville coach to the clerk's tent, please. Danville coach to the clerk's tent.
Guns up here in heat number 1. Lane number 5 is Brown of Springfield Southeast there in the all-white, being challenged by Dufel of Rosary. Dufel of Rosary, they're even. We go into the finish. It's 6-5-4. Dufel caught Amber Brown at the finish line. Dufel, Brown, and Wood.
In lane 2 from Woodstock High School, Gabby Schmidt. In lane 3 from Chicago Kenwood, Keisha Calhoun. In lane 4 from Chatham Glenwood, Melina Murphy. In lane 5 from Danville High School, Destiny Carter. In lane 6 from Danville High School, Tabriona Strader. In lane 7 from Cahokia Co-op, Rontashelle Rogers. And in lane 8 from Sycamore High School, Kristen Schiffler.
Competitor Lee, 2A in the triple jump, final call. Final call for competitor Lee in the 2A triple jump.
It was a little bit earlier too, but this is bigger drops.
Seja. Seja. She yelled at me 2 weeks ago because I announced the city.
Two of them right together. 5 and 6.
Good start. That's Danville in the middle. Destiny Carter. Carter and Ron Tayshel Rogers. That's Carter of Danville. Lane 4 is Murphy of Chatham Glenwood.
5-4-7.
5-4-7 with Ron Tayshel Rogers of the Cahokia Comanches, the apparent third. 12.3 for Carter of Danville. Murphy of Chatham, 12.77. Rogers, 12.96 for the
In lane 2 from Chicago Finger, Jasmine Elias. In lane 3 from Peoria Richwoods, Deshae Johnson. In lane 4 from Carbondale High School, Courtney Flowers. In lane 5 from Kankakee, Dominique Kimple. In lane 6 from Lansing, Ileana Christian, Ebony Williams. In lane 7 from Rock Island High School, Sierra Turner. And rounding out the field from Chicago Rabbi, Susha Stevenson.
Clean start. We saw Kimple of Kankakee out here. There's Kimple turning it on for the K's, as we saw her earlier in the 100.
Hogan's got it 10:45.
Yeah, that's all right.
And lane 4, the apparent second, Flowers of Carbondale. Flowers is wearing a different number now in the field. Flowers' number is 2339. Her time 12:72, 11:95 for Kimple. Dash. Now into the blocks 2A.
Lane 1 from Cahokia, we have Rantashiel Rogers. Lane 2, Urbana, gives us Alyssa Wood. Lane 3, Melina Murphy from Chatham Glenwood. Lane 4, Anna Dufel from Aurora Rosary. Lane 5, Domika Kimple, Kankakee Senior. She's a senior. Lane 6, Destiny Carter, Danville. Lane 7, Courtney Flowers from Carbondale. Lane 8, Amber Brown from Springfield Southeast. And rounding out the field in Lane 9, Ebony Wims from Lansing. It's Ileana Christian.
Kimple is the defending champion in this event. Can she break her own record? It's Kimple with the afterburners. Kimple looking for 11.94. 11.94 for Kimple. She may have done it. She crossed at 11.9. That's Kimple. Dominique of, that's 11.76. There is another record for the defending champion in this event. Dominique Kimple of Kankakee. Carter of Danville is second at 12.04. Brown of Springfield Southeast third at 12.26. Dufel of Aurora Rosary is fourth. Flowers fifth.
And your winner and state champion with a new record for 2A with a time of 11.76 seconds from Kankakee Senior High School, Dominique Kimple.
Of Aurora Rosary, Alyssa Edwards of Waterloo, Kelsey Cramsey of Effingham, Dia Dean of DuSable, Chicago, Brittany Swartz of Dixon, Cassie Lohmeyer of East Peoria, Nicole Choquette of Urbana, Rachel Sartori of JCA, Joliet, Cassie Cruz, Hampshire, Jacqueline Ave Maria of Regina Dominican, Maureen Lawless of Peoria, Notre Dame, Emily Ford of Geneseo, and Emma Preston of East Peoria. We go to the starter.
Preston's got the lead time coming in. Second.
Field referee to the high jump. Field referee to the high jump. Emma Preston has the second best time coming in, 2:15.98.
She can't see a thing.
Got a rabbit.
I can't tell you who it is either. I cannot see through this stuff. It's worse today than it was yesterday.
For the benefit of those on IHSA TV, we've got quite a downpour coming at the moment for this first race of the 800 meters. We'll try to get a feeling for who's in the lead. On the outside.
Can't see a thing. Can't see a thing. It's worse today than it was yesterday. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have no idea who's in first.
And we have a battle here for the finish line. That's East Peoria. That's Lohmeyer. Looks like she'll finish second.
3 is right. 3 and 13.
3 and 13. 3.
And
13. Cramsey.
we'll wait for that to...
Effingham. That's not Effingham.
Effingham led.
Red?
Effingham led.
Is that Red and Effingham?
We thought for a second that was Cramsey of Effingham. And she apparently has
Left
the win
over.
in that race over Preston of East Peoria.
Can you see the scoreboard?
Here's the field in number 2. Khadijah Brown Hayward of Centralia in 1, Addie Strang of Maple Park Canelan in 2, Maggie Clark Peoria Notre Dame in 3,
15.
Yeah, I think so.
Aspen Kramer of Belvedere North, Kiera Tate of TF North, Maggie Gannon of Burlington Central, Taylor Miller of Central Lake Central, Lisa Hancock of Danville, Therese Connolly of Lombard Martini, a freshman, Miranda Shaver of Chicago Jones, Kirby Hale of Springfield High, Brittany Letts of Country Club Hills Hillcrest, Amanda Duvendak of Metamora, and Eileen Campanaro of Regina Dominican.
That was Cramsey's time. 2:15:39.
2:15:39 is the time for Cramsey of the Effingham Hearts, a sophomore winning number 1 and advancing to the final.
We have second call 4x2.
Second call 4x2. Second call 4x2. We'll go to the starter.
She isn't going out.
Clean start.
Now she's kicking. Now she's kicking a little bit.
The favorite here is Duvendak of Metamora, 2:14:75.
8 is in the lead.
Position 8. That's Hancock of Danville and Duvendak of Metamora. Field referee to the dugout. Field referee to the dugout.
Running comfortably.
Danville and Metamora.
And Duvendak.
That's Duvendak battling and looking for the lead.
Press box. Press box, this is Clark Stand.
This is press box. Go on.
Coach from Hampshire to the clerk's tent. Coach from Hampshire. That's Amanda Duvendak, senior for the Metamora Redbirds.
That's the Danville whistle.
And Danville is still in second.
Looks like 3 maybe in third.
That's Lisa Hancock of Danville. 149, 150 for Duvendak as she comes around the curve here. We've had the second call in the 4x200. Here's Duvendak. And now a battle for second. And a battle again, but the win will go to Duvendak at 213. 9 on the outside and 12. That's Hillcrest battling with Connolly of Montini.
Third final call, Class 2A long jump.
Third and final call for Class 2A long jump. Third flight. Duvendak a 2:13.71. Connolly is second with a 2:21.64. Letts is third.
22-20.
22:20.
We're not going to have our computer for the next relay, guys, so gotta get them figured out.
So Duvendak goes under her sectional time. Connolly, the freshman from Montini, is second in that race. Ladies and gentlemen, down at the high jump, Maxon of Springfield. Maxon of Springfield now going for a new record of 5.825. This is the 2A field. And again, we will let the starter begin the race and introduce the field afterwards.
Go ahead.
2A, 800-meter run, state championship. And the high jump is 5.8.5. 5.8.5 for Maxon of Springfield on the attempt. Here's the field in the 800-meter run, Class 2A. Kirby Hale of Springfield. Maureen Lawless, a freshman for Peoria Notre Dame. Cassie Cruz from Hampshire. Cassie Lowermeyer of East Peoria. Emily Ford of Geneseo. Emma Preston of East Peoria. Brittany Letts of Hillcrest Country Club Hills. Rachel Sartori of Joliet Catholic, Rachel Sartori. Kelsey Cramsey of FM, who won this race in the rain yesterday. Teresa Connolly of Montini. Brittany Schwartz of Dixon, and Amanda Duvendak of Metamora. Springfield looks like is in the league. That's Hale. It's at Duvendak in the lead for Metamora. Duvendak with 400 to go. And in second place, competitor 18-18 is Cramsey of Effingham. Cramsey winning the first heat yesterday in terrible conditions. A cloudburst for just her race. She had a 2:15 versus 2:13 for Duvendak. So the two section leaders now coming in to the north curve with 200 to go. Duvendak and Cramsey of the Effingham Flaming Hearts. Metamora and Effingham at 145. We'll let you know also that Card of Carlinville has set the all-time discus record for the IHSA. 167.4 in the discus is Card. This Duvendak of Metamora with the win. Effingham is second. Third place in a race will go to Cassie Cruz of Hampshire.
New record for Duvendak. She breaks her own record.
And Duvendak, the defending champion in this event, breaks her own record. It was 2:12.59. She has a 2:11 flat for Amanda Duvendak of Metamora. Second medal in a row for her in the 800-meter run. 2, Hampshire. In 3, Highland. In 4, Urbana. In 5, Danville. In 6, the Cahokia Comanches, Peoria, Notre Dame. In 7, Glenbard South out in 8. This is heat number 1 of 5. Weather starting to clear here at O'Brien Stadium as we get back on schedule for the 4x200, and we will go to the starter. And a clean start here in the middle. It's Urbana, Danville, and Cahokia.
Pretty even.
Very even through the curve. Cahokia trying to move forward, and they're getting a bit of a move. That's Rogers of Cahokia heading into the exchange. They seem to be the only one ahead of the stagger. There's Cahokia. Cahokia holding the middle. And into the exchange, you have that, and Glenbard South across.
Yeah, she's in the 200 now. They're coming up.
And still Cahokia.
4x2s running right now. She's in this one. Okay. And
Cahokia, inside of them is Peoria, Notre Dame. So coming across there on the even side, that's Cahokia with the clean lead. And then down low is Urbana, there in the orange socks.
4x2, right?
And Cahokia with the exchange, ahead of everyone. Cahokia coming around and heading for the finish line, the Comanches.
high jump.
Urbana holding second, Danville third. Cahokia, Urbana, Danville coming on. Danville trying to close the gap. Danville heading to the finish. It'll go Cahokia, but Danville really closed it up. For second place, Urbana is third. Notre Dame fourth out of lane 7. Out to the blocks. In 1, Marengo. In 2, the Rocks of Rock Island. The Cougars of Vernon Hills in 4. DeKalb, the Barbs, will be in the middle for this one in 5. And Carbondale, the Terriers, in 6. Springfield High is in 7. And Lake Villa, the Lakes, out in 8. Here's the field just coming in now for the 4x100 meters and making the final field.
Referee the dugout, please.
Danville, Cahokia, Chatham Glenwood, Thornton Fractional North, Kankakee will be in the middle for that race for the 4x100. Springfield Southeast, Carbondale, Rock Island, and Ileana Christian makes the final field in the 4x100 meter relay. Over in the girls 100 hurdles, Little of Chicago Lindblom, White of Urbana, Detra of Richwoods, Kayla Phillips of Mattoon will be in position 4. Amber Farrell will hold the middle in 5. Kelly Steffen of Bloomington in 6. Logan Tillman of Rockford East in 7. Jimson Miller of Danville in 8. And Justine Moore of Sandwich in 9. We'll go to the starter.
That's where we're doing that.
First call, flight 2 to a discus. First call, flight 2 to a discus. DeKalb is the middle lane here, and the Barbs moving up. Vernon Hills running well on the inside. And also Springfield High out there. There's the exchange for Springfield. And they are first around the curve. 7 is Springfield High here, straightening it out. In the middle is DeKalb.
Here comes 5 now.
And DeKalb moving up with Carbondale. So Carbondale's been running strong today. They're in lane 6. The exchanges. Springfield and Carbondale. Lane 6 and 7.
And lane 3 on the inside.
On the inside, Rock Island. Rock Island holding the inside in the yellow over black. Still Springfield there on the high end. Rock Island moving up. And Rock Island will have the advantage on the exchange. And there's Rock Island's exchange right there. Rock Island holding the inside now, and they go into the curve into the lead. Here come the Rocks
3 and 6.
and Carbondale. Rock Island and Carbondale, and in between you have DeKalb. DeKalb, the 4th best in sectional, but Carbondale pushing for the finish. Carbondale, it will go. Rock Island, Carbondale, and DeKalb in that race. The field for heat number 3. In lane number 2, the Vikings of Ileana Christian. In 3, Burlington Central. In 4, Aurora Rosary. In 5, Chatham Glenwood. Calumet City, Thornton Fractional North. The Meteors in 6. Kankakee will be in 7. Wheaton St. Francis will be in 8. And Perspectives Charter Calumet in 9. And with that, we'll go to the starter here in heat number 3 of 5 of the 4x200 meters. This is a strong field in the middle between Chatham Glenwood, TF North, and Kankakee. We'll take it that Dominique Kimple will be on the anchor for the K's. We've seen 2 great races for her so far.
It's Murphy for Chatham Glenwood.
Right now you have Murphy, Chatham Glenwood. They're in the white over red in the middle of the track, and there is the exchange for Chatham on the outside of Chatham.
Lane 7's looking good.
Kankakee's looking good.
We have Kankakee here in the lead coming out of the north curve, and outside of them is Perspectives Calumet from Chicago. Kankakee into the exchange, and inside of them is TF North. The Meteors now making up a bit here on Kankakee for TF North.
Goes 6, yep. North is in the lead.
The lead to the Meteors from Calumet City.
Chatham Glenwood is right there in second.
Chatham Glenwood in second in the white over red. Kankakee now on the anchor. We'll see how this one turns it up. And North had a poor exchange, and that may leave the door open for Kankakee. North is still in the lead on the inside.
6-7-5.
6-7-5.
Here comes 5.
Jasmine Jackson.
And Jackson of Chatham Glenwood will come into second.
6-5-7.
This one will go TF North, Chatham Glenwood, and Kankakee, lane number 4, which is Rosary in fourth. 144.66 for the Meteors. 145.57 Chatham Glenwood, Kankakee 146.24.
5 qualify, next 4 fastest time.
5 winners qualify, then the next 4 fastest times. The Lions of Lamphere will be in lane number 2. In 3, Dunlap of Peoria. The Eagles in 3, Pontiac in 4. Peoria Richwoods, the Knights in 5. Riverside Brookfield in the middle as well. Crystal Lake Prairie Ridge in 7. The Sterling Warriors in 8. And Chicago Walter Payton Prep in 9. The Bears of Payton Prep.
Final call, second flight, 2A discus. Final call, second flight, 2A discus. First call, 3A, second flight, shot put. First call, 3A, second flight, shot put.
And we want to let everyone know that there will be open track races under the lights tonight in O'Brien Stadium. Starting at 7 p.m., you can check for registration under the stadium at about 4:30. We will go to the starter here in race number 4.
On your marks.
Clean start. Mason leads off for Riverside Brookfield in lane 6. Johnson for Richwoods. Richwoods wearing green in lane 5. On the outside, though, you've got Riverside Brookfield moving forward. And there's the exchange for the Bulldogs. And they will hold the center of the track. Outside of them, Prairie Ridge. So it's Prairie Ridge, Riverside Brookfield, and Sterling. Richwoods trying to move up with Pontiac. Running well is Prairie Ridge. The exchanges now.
Pontiac, first exchange.
Pontiac got the first exchange on lane 4. Brookfield still in the lead
Pontiac's in the lead.
in lane number 6.
Pontiac's at the lead now with the stagger.
Brookfield and Pontiac. Richwood still strong. Watch the exchanges. There's Pontiac. And Riverside Brookfield and Pontiac. Mossman for Riverside Brookfield.
Pontiac.
Pontiac on the inside. Richwood's trying to come back.
4-6.
Right now it's Pontiac in 4. Richwood's moving up. Richwood's trying to catch everyone at the line. It will go 4-6-5. Pontiac, followed by Riverside Brookfield, and Richwood's close. 145.58 for Pontiac. 145.66 for RB. 145.89 for Richwoods. Here's your field. The Morton Potters from Peoria area in 2. Chicago Fenger from the south side in 3. Champaign Centennial, the Chargers in 4. Springfield Southeast Spartan in 5. Galesburg Silver Streaks in 6. The Rich Central Olympians from Olympia Fields in 7. Metamora will be out in 8, and the Phoenix of North Lawndale Charter Chicago in 9. And the 100-meter dash finalists are in, including Rontatial Rogers of Cahokia, Alyssa Wood Urbana, Melina Murphy of Chatham Glenwood, Anna Dufel of Rosary. Dominique Kimple of Kankakee will be in the middle. Destiny Carter of Danville makes it for lane 6. Courtney Flowers of Carbondale in 7. Amber Brown of Springfield Southeast in 8. And Ebony Wims of Ileana Christian in 9. That's the 100 dash field. We go to the starter. Springfield Southeast, the sectional best, 142.18. Southeast running in white. And that's Amber Brown leading off. Everybody pretty even. Now there's Brown moving up.
Sierra Lotta from Galesburg.
Lotta from Galesburg. On the outside of Springfield Southeast, the exchanges. Springfield Southeast, Galesburg. Southeast.
Galesburg ran pretty good.
Now moving even with them is Galesburg. Galesburg and Southeast. Springfield on the outside. It's Galesburg moving ahead.
Southeast got their left to go.
Galesburg and Southeast. Galesburg Southeast on the exchanges.
Southeast first.
There's Southeast first. And we've got
No.
a poor exchange for Galesburg, and they lost ground on Springfield. That is still Southeast now with a commanding lead on Galesburg.
Alexandra Harden.
And we are under a yellow flag, probably from that exchange zone.
Alexandra Harden.
It's Alexandra Harden of Springfield Southeast. Centennial
That's Galesburg in second.
with Galesburg. Centennial in lane 4. This is all Springfield Southeast. And Alexandria Harden. Harden with the win. Galesburg second. 4 is Champaign Centennial. We are under a yellow flag. 142.06 for Southeast. Galesburg 145.26. Champaign Centennial 146-29. Fingers 4th. Rich Central 5th. Then Metamora, Morton, and North Lawndale.
I didn't call that the starter.
3. Now onto the track, the Class 2A field. And we have enough time here to give you the group as they set the blocks. Class 2A for the Illinois State Championship in lane number 1, the Barb of DeKalb, the Barbs of DeKalb, the Danville Vikings in 2, Pontiac in 3, the Meteors of Thornton Fractional Township North, Calumet City in 4. In the middle, Springfield Southeast, it's the Spartans in 5, the Rock Island Rocks in 6, Cahokia's Comanches out in 7, Carbondale, the Terriers in 8, and the Galesburg Silver Streaks will be out in 9.
Carbondale Anchor is Cobb.
We can go to the starter for this Class 2A championship in the 4x200. To the starter. White flag on the field. Clean start. Springfield Southeast, the main favorite here. Don't count out Rock Island, and TF North has been strong. In the middle, Southeast running in all white, and they're moving up on the field. Rock Island on the outside in the yellow over red. Here's the exchange for Southeast, and it's very good. Southeast controls. On the outside, you have Cahokia. Cahokia and Southeast now in relative strength for this race. 1-2. Here's Rock Island pushing Southeast into the stagger. And the exchange. Southeast is away. And they are holding the middle quite well. Galesburg actually trying to stay with them in the outside lane as Galesburg. Rock Island follows Springfield Southeast, now ahead of Cahokia.
5.
And the exchange for Southeast is away. And then Rock Island. Southeast and Rock Island is how the anchor is going to run. The anchor for Southeast is Alexandria Hardin. It's Troy Jackson, a freshman, for Rock Island, and Hardin is leaving the pack behind.
Galesburg strong race.
Galesburg still running strong on the outside with Jackson at the win to lane 5. Then lane 6 and lane 9, which is Galesburg. We saw that in the earlier part from the outside lane, but the win 140-28 Springfield Southeast. Rock Island is second, Galesburg third from lane 9. Kim Ayakabazi of Glenbard South, Sarah Losako of Lincoln Way West, the Warriors, Alex Ortiz of Ottawa Township, Mercedes Young of Hillcrest Country Club Hills, Lexi Sondergroth of Rochelle, Jessica Melky, a freshman from Mahomet Seymour, Ellen Goins of Metamora, and Tiana Borner of North Lawndale Charter.
Lane 7 is open.
Lane 7 is open. We go to the starter.
Class 3A second flight shot put. Report.
Coaches from Chicago North Lawndale and Chicago Perspectives report to the clerk's tent. Coach from Dunlop to the tent, to the dugout Dunlop.
Six is picking up.
Lane 7 is open. Sondergroth of Rochelle making up the stagger. 6 and 5, which is Young and Sondergroth. The lead is Young, Country Club Hills.
5-6.
Sondergroth outside of Young. Lane number 4 is Ortiz of the Ottawa Pirates. Ortiz, there's Ottawa starting to climb up. 5 and 4 is Young and Ortiz. Young and Ortiz, Ortiz of Ottawa, Young of Hillcrest. And on the outside, you've got Borner trying to get the third for the Phoenix. 5-4-9-6. Young of Hillcrest, Ortiz of Ottawa, Tina Borner, North Lawndale Charter, and Sondergroth of Rochelle. That's race number 1. Race number 2. In lane 2, Giovanni Spears, Chicago Perspectives Calumet. In 2, Simone Thompson, Champaign Central, the Maroons in 3. Lonnie Mackinson of Pontiac in 4. Katrina Donarski of Yorkville. You saw her on an anchor in the 4x800 earlier. Kelsey Cramsey of Effingham, the sophomore who is in the 800 final for the Flaming Hearts, out in 6. Alexa Tovson of Burlington Central. Paige Richards of Breeze Mater Dei in 8. And Taylor Crew of Vernon Hills, Lake County, out in 9. That's your field in heat number 2. Third call, final call on the 300-meter low hurdles. Final calls, 300-meter low hurdle. First call on the 1600 run. First call, 1600 run. We will go to the starter. Lane number 5 is Donarski of Yorkville. And you also have Mackinson of Pontiac. 4 is Mackinson of Pontiac. Lane 2 is Thompson of Champaign Central. Now everyone kind of bunching together. Cramsey is still in a position here with Donarski.
5-4-2.
Donarski, Mackinson, Spears. There's Spears. Now here's Donarski straightening it out with Mackinson and Spears. Spears challenging now for Chicago Perspectives Calumet. This one's going to go to the line. It looks like Yorkville and Calumet, followed by Pontiac.
5-2-4-7.
The win apparent to Donarski. 58-07 Donarski. 58-15 for Spears of Chicago, Calumet, and Perspectives. Mackinson of Pontiac is third. Tovson, fourth. Cramsey is fifth for Effingham. Tovson is Burlington Central. That's race number 2. Heat number 3 onto the track. In lane 2, Jesse Wynn of the Irish, Peoria, Notre Dame.
38 flight 2-1.
Angelica Lafemina of Tinley Park in 3. Deasia Garrett of Rich Township South in 4. Here's Dominique Kimple, the junior from Kankakee, in the middle. Brittany Letts of Hillcrest will be in 5. Ksenia Efimova of Morton in 7. Amina Jackson of the Lincoln Railers in 8. And Kathy Plata of Elmwood Park, Cook County, in lane 9.
Letts is in 6.
Well, I was just wondering since it came up that way. Well. Well. That's why I called back. Yeah, I got cut off abruptly.
Clean start. It's Kimple in the middle. Garrett of Rich South inside. Letts of Hillcrest outside.
Tinley Park.
And a nice start for
Oh, no, sorry.
for Garrett
Here, yeah.
of Rich South. There's Kimple in the middle, and she's moving forward here in the crazy race, the 400 dash.
Looks like Kankakee.
It's Kimple with Letts on the outside. Now Kimple definitely in the lead. 5-6 is Letts. 4 is Garrett of Rich Township South in the blue. But it's Dominique Kimple for the K's. Kimple looks to win. On the outside, it's Letts for the Hillcrest Hawks. And the Rich South Stars will come in 5-6, 4, 7-8. Efimova and Jackson in the top 5.
1A correction on the triple jump.
Kimple with a 56.81. Letts of Hillcrest 58.09. Garrett of Rich South 58.78. Efimova got to 4th with a minute flat .34. Final section onto the track. And in lane number 1, Khadija, Weather, Chicago, Walter Payton, Prep. Cetrina Simmons of the Thunder, Belvedere North in 2. Lexi Krause, Joliet Academy in 3. Taylor Whittier of Crete Moni in 4. Destiny Carter of Danville, a sectional best in 5. Triona Roberts of the Rock Island Rocks in 6. Shamir Lil, Chicago Lindblom in 7. Erica Simple of Normal Uhi in 8. And Jordan Lumen of Centralia, the Orphan Annies, out in 9. And we have a white flag, and we'll go to the starter. Clean start. Watch Carter of Danville, and that Viking is really motoring it right now. Carter with a time 55.69. A junior from Danville is in front of the pack. Rock Island is second on the outside with Roberts. It's Carter of Danville.
5-6-4.
On the inside, Whittier of Crete Moni. The Warriors in all yellow out there today. 5-6-4. It's the Danville Vikings.
5-6-4.
Heading in, Rock Island's second, Crete Moni third, and 7's Lindblom. 5-6-7 for Lindblom. Catches third from behind. Carter a 55.07. ahead of her sectional time. Roberts of Rock Island, second. 57.50. Little of Lindblom, 58.84. And Whittier comes in fourth. Whittier of Crete, Moni.
Now into the blocks, ladies and gentlemen, the Class 2A State Championship, the 400-meter dash. Here's the field. Shamir Little from Chicago Lindblom. Giovanni Spears, Chicago Perspectives Charter Calumet. Triona Roberts of Rock Island in 3. Katrina Donarski of Yorkville in 4. Destiny Carter of Danville in 5. Dominique Kemple of Kankakee in 6. Mercedes Young, Country Club Hills Hillcrest in 7. Brittany Letts of Hillcrest, her teammate, in 8. And Deasia Garrett of Rich Township South in 9. We go to the starter for the state championship. Clean start. Kimple and Carter can turn it on here. Donarski, very solid performer. Right now, it looks like Carter of Danville and Roberts of Rock Island moving up into the curve. That should be Carter with Kimple on the outside. What will Kimple do as we come into the straightaway? Kimple second, Carter is first. Here we go. Kimple trying to do it again. Carter responding. It will be Danville. Danville, Kankakee, Rock Island. Carter of Danville, 55.09. Kimple, 55.75. Rock Island's Roberts at 57.27. There's your top three in the 2A 400-meter dash. Race number 1 of 3, Brittany Wilson of New Lenox, Lincoln Way West, one of the newest high schools here in Illinois. The Warriors in 2. Allie Peacock, a freshman for the Vernon Hills Cougars, in 3. Casey Storm of Geneseo in 4. In 5, you have Katie Forshee of Mahomet Seymour, Champaign County. Jocelyn Jones of the Cahokia Comanches will be in 6. Elizabeth Kennedy, Springfield Southeast, the Spartans in 7. Peoria Notre Dame's Abby Furlman, a senior for the Irish in 8. Heather Butcher of Regina Dominican in 9. Once again, a call on the 1,600-meter run, and with that, we will go to the starter for the 300 low hurdles.
Start.
In the middle here, you have Forshee of Muhammad Seymour. Her time out of the sectional, 45.91. Third best out there in 7 is Springfield Southeast. Canaday. Southeast again running in all white. That's Canaday. Still in the lead for the Spartans.
7.
Canaday is a sophomore.
6'5".
7'6". Jones of Cahokia in the blue over red. There's Muhammad Seymour's Forshee in the middle, and Geneseo hanging on in lane number 4. Here comes Cahokia. Cahokia's Jones. Cahokia will go 6'7". Canaday will come in second. Cahokia with the win, 6'7", 5'4". Jones, Canaday, Forshee, and Storm of Geneseo. Jones with a 46.54. Heat number 2, into the blocks. It's Brianna Young of Crete Moni in 2. Emily Grove of Pontiac in 3. Bailey Murphy of Belvedere North in 4. The Mattoon Green Wave in the middle with Kayla Phillips. Brenna Detra of Peoria Richwoods in 6. Joelle Christie of Sacred Heart Griffin in 7, and her teammate Kayla Colis of Sacred Heart Griffin in 8. Gibson of Chicago Walter Payton out in 9.
Good start.
Clean start. Very nice jump for lane 7. That's Christie of Sacred Heart Griffin. Kayla Phillips in the middle. She was second best, qualifying tomorrow in the 100 hurdles. And you still have Phillips holding the middle. Now
7 and 5.
7 and 5.
5 now.
Again is Phillips and Christie straightening it out. 5 and 6 is Phillips and Detra.
You're 6 now.
Phillips and Detra of Richwoods.
6'5".
Phillips and Detra, and it's going to be Peoria Richwoods to the finish. 6'5", 4'7". Brenna Detra of Richwoods, a freshman, holds strong and finishes first. Here's heat number 3. Winor Mabel of Chicago Perspectives Calumet in 1. Allison Rogutic of Marengo in 2. Emily Thornton of Jersey Community, Jerseyville in 3. Mackenzie White of Urbana in 4. Amber Farrell, sectional leader and the leader in the 100th hurdles in the middle. Sarah Torres of Wheaton St. Francis in 6. Brooke Hatfield of Rochelle in 7. Sarah Gooddale, a freshman from Carbondale, in 8, and 9 is open. We go to the starter.
Good call.
Clean start. A nice jump for White of Urbana. Watch them in the long orange socks for the Tigers. And she's gaining a little bit on Amber Farrell. Right now Farrell pushing forward for IHSA, the Illinois Math and Science Academy. Dead even now between Mackenzie White and Amber Farrell. They're going to straighten it out here. It's Farrell. 5, 4, and 8 is Carbondale's Gooddale. A freshman, Amber Farrell, is turning it on. And now it'll be a battle for second between White and Gooddale. And we're going to go White and Gooddale. Nice race for Urbana, but the win again to Amber Farrell. Illinois Math and Science, and it's 44-42, well under her sectional performance of 45-41. Kayla Phillips, second from the sectional. White, Urbana, 46-03. Gooddale, Carbondale, 46-15. And into the blocks now. The 2A state championship in the 300 hurdles. Here's the field. Joelle Christie, Springfield, Sacred Heart Griffin, the Blazers in 1. Elizabeth Canaday, Springfield Southeast in 2. Sarah Gooddale of Carbondale in 3. Jocelyn Jones of Cahokia, the Comanches in 4. Amber Farrell of the Illinois Math and Science Academy in 5. Brenna Detra, Peoria Richwoods in 6. Mackenzie White of Urbana in 7. Kayla Phillips in 8. Phillips with a pair of thirds today for the Mattoon Green Wave. And Bailey Murphy of the Blue Thunder, Belvedere North, out in 9. Clean start. There's Detra moving up for Richwoods. Phillips also running for Mattoon. Well, in the middle is Amber Farrell of IHSA. That's Farrell with the lead. Detra holding with her. Phillips from Mattoon not running badly on the outside. She's third at the moment. IHSA's Farrell. Detra of Richwoods. Still a battle now for third, and that may change as White comes in and will be close for third with Gooddale of Carbondale. We have to have the clock figure that one. It's Farrell of IHSA, 43.08. 43.08, potentially a new record. Detra, 44.28. And White of Urbana is third. Gooddale, Carbondale fourth. Phillips is fifth. Farrell was the defending champion in this event. 44-42 before. She apparently has broken her own record. First two finishers broke the record. And that's confirmed from the dugout. Farrell defends her championship. It's Tiara Sondergroth of the Dixon Dukes, the Duchesses in 1. Emily Delaveau, Sacred Heart Griffin in 2. Cade Janowski of Chicago Jones in 3. Markel Turk of the Burlington Rockets in 4. Holly Plichta of the Hampshire Whippers in 5. Allison Fisher of Oswego in 6, Taylor Miller, Crystal Lake Central in 7, Allie Hester of Yorkville in 8, Hannah Winter of St. Viator in 9, Kelly Gallagher of Vernon Hills in 10, and out in the first leader position from the sectional, past state champion in 2A cross country, the senior Margot Richardson of the Mount Vernon Ram.
On your marks. On your mark.
And we just have word that Amber Farrell has set a new 2A record in the 300-meter low hurdles with the 44:42 mark from that last race. This one's going to have a lot of stars in it between Plickta, Hester, and Richardson. That looks like Margot Richardson in the lead. Richardson with more than one state championship under her belt as she competes in her senior season.
She's 13, sorry, not 12, 13.
That's Richardson. Crystal Lake Central in second, which is Taylor Miller. There's Plickta on the inside in third. Richardson after the first quarter mile.
Yeah, it's all screwed up.
Just past a minute.
That's all screwed up.
So the winners with the next best 9 times following the winners to tomorrow's final. Richardson's time adjusted manually out of the sectional 5:08.94.
Richardson and Miller right now, first and second.
Richardson and Miller of Crystal Lake Central alone. Allie Hester is third for Yorkville.
6 is coming up on third, and
6 is Plickta.
And there in the purple along the rail is Holly Pla of the Hampshire Whippers. Looks like Burlington Central in fourth. No, that's Vernon Hills in fourth, which is Kelly Gallagher. Gallagher and Plickta, Sacred Heart Griffin coming up. That's Delvo in the top 5 after the half mile. Just past 2:40. It's still Margot Richardson of Mount Vernon, the 2008 2A cross-country champion.
Miller in second.
Miller in second for Crystal Lake Central.
Hester in third.
Allie Hester of the Yorkville Foxes in third. Yorkville in the 4x800, where Hester was an anchor earlier today for tomorrow's finals.
500 to go.
500 to go. We're at the 3.5 mark. Margot Richardson setting the pace.
Delvo in fourth.
Delvo in fourth place for Sacred Heart Griffin. Plickta in fifth. Hester is third. And we have Miller, the senior, for Crystal Lake Central in second. And the bell is on, signaling 400 meters for Richardson. And we hit the 4-minute mark going into the south curve.
Press box.
Coach from Bloomington to the clerk's tent, please.
Coach from Bloomington to the clerk's tent. Coach from Bloomington to the clerk's tent.
Here comes Plickta making a move.
Plickta making a move now for Hampshire into third.
Going to second. Going to second.
A battle now for second.
She's in second. Plickta's in second.
Plickta now in second.
Just past Miller's in fourth.
Richardson into the north curve. Margot Richardson with the Class 2A record last year, 5:02.96, the defending champion in this event. In the finals, will head to the finish line. A little bit behind. We're at the 5-minute mark, and she's going to come in at about 5:05. Maybe 5:04. Now, Plickta for Hampshire. That's Delvaux battling Miller, and Vernon Hills comes in afterwards. So 5:05.21 for Margot Richardson. That's better than the sectional. 5:12.94 for Holly Plickta of Hampshire. Delvaux Sacred Heart Griffin is third. 5:13.59 Miller of Sacred Heart Griffin fourth. 5:13.61 Gallagher comes in next for the Vernon Hills Cougars at 5:16.53. That's race number 1. Second call on the 200 dash. Second call 200 dash Class A. Heat number 2 onto the track. Here's your field. Jamie Hirschfang of Walter Payton Prep in 1. Lauren Fialka, Sacred Heart Griffin in 2. Emma Preston of East Peoria in 3. Adriana Ortiz, Chicago Lakeview in 4. Allie Smith of Mascoutah in Southern Illinois. 5. Erin Poss of Antioch in 6. Rochelle Sartori of the Hilltoppers, Joliet Academy in 7. Casey Kramer, a freshman for the Yorkville Foxes, sees her first state finals today in position 8. Kelly McShay, Wheaton St. Francis in 9. Megan Grantham of Troy Triad in 10. Dorothy Mangieri of the Galesburg Streaks in 11. Katie Adams, Marengo in 12.
This way in.
We're short quite a few in this one.
Only 9 runners, 9.
I think the numbers are wrong on the outside.
And the field is reduced versus the slated runners, so we'll check in and see who's made it and who hasn't.
The Alley 4 should be 11, 12, and 13 instead of 10, 11, and 12. Alley 4. They don't have the 4-1 position in there.
Adams of Marengo, a freshman, second best time
6:13.5.
with a 5:08.66. Very close here. It's position 6, 13, and 5. Let's double check where we're at.
Plus, Adams,
It looks like
Smith.
Poss, Adams, and Smith. That's Antioch potentially in the lead. Let's see them as they come across the north curve. Yorkville in second, Antioch in the lead. And on the inside
13, that's
is Marengo.
Adams.
That's the freshman,
9 is in 4th.
Adams.
McShay is in 4th.
McShay of Wheaton St. Francis is 4th after the first quarter. Everybody's still together.
Plus just took the lead.
Poss of Antioch in the lead
Inside, 1 into 2nd.
on the rail.
1 into 2nd.
Looks like Hirschfang into second. Another move on the outside.
13, that's 13 again. That's
That is Adams, and that is Walter Payton. Prep in second position. Hirschfang
on the rail, looks like 11.
on the rail.
And fourth.
11.
9, Herschel.
Which is Grantham of Troy Triad. We'll get a clearer picture coming back through the curve. Again, it's Antioch with Marengo, Chicago Walter Payton, Wheaton St. Francis, Troy Triad, Galesburg, Sacred Heart, Mascouda, and Yorkville. That's your positions. Now on the outside, Wheaton St. Francis is McShay, the junior, pushing for third with Hirschfang of Walter Payton on the inside. 2:38 at the halfway mark. This is heat number 2 of the mile run.
That's a slow pace.
A slower pace than what we saw in the first race. Call on the 200-meter dash. Call on the 200-meter dash to the tent. First call on the 4x4s. First call on the 4x4s. We come out of the curve into the backstretch. It is still Adams
Second on the shoulder.
in second, the freshman from Marengo. Second to Poss, the senior from Antioch. Wheaton St. Francis is in third. Kelly McShay to third.
11 and 1, fourth and fifth.
Fourth and fifth
11 and 1. 11 is
looked like Grantham of Troy Triad, and that is Troy. And Hirschfang in fifth for Chicago Walter Payton. Adams, the freshman, as they head to the bell lap, battling with Poss, and 400 now to go. Poss, Adams, McShay, your top three, followed by Grantham of Troy Triad. 4:12, 4:13 on the clock as we go to the south curve. Adams and Poss pick it up together as they go to the backstretch. McShay behind a bit in third from your two leaders. Less than 200 to go. The freshman and the senior battling it out. Poss with a 5:15.14 in the sectionals. Adams 5:08.66. Both seem to be running slower than their sectionals anyway. Let's curve it out and let's bring them home, folks.
here comes Adam.
Here is your move on either side. It's the freshman, Katie Adams. Adams of Marengo, just past 5 minutes. Adams heading home, Poss chasing. McShay will be third. Adams will get a 5:14.
Number 11 or number
Followed by Poss.
and third.
And here comes Galesburg home. That would be Mangieri.
Here comes True
And Fialka of Sacred Heart Griffin looks to finish in the top 6.
Second half was faster than
Second half of that race was faster than the first. 5:14.14 for Adams of Marengo. 5:15.16 for Poss of Antioch. McShay is third for Wheaton St. Francis. Kyra Kimbler of Chicago DuSable will be in 1. Megan Doty of Troy Triad in 2. Maggie Gannon, the senior for Burlington Central in 3. Megan Hauk of Urbana in 4. Karen Lipa of Glenbard South in 5. Molly Dahlquist of Peoria Notre Dame in 6. Leah Mullinex of the Bloomington Raiders in 7. Joe Chenoweth of the Geneseo Maple Leafs in 8. Elsie Beatty
press box.
of Woodstock, a senior, in 9. Stephanie Say of Galesburg in 10, Maddie Alexander of the Springfield Senators in 12, and the sectional best, Kayla Beatty of Woodstock. The Beatty sisters in this race for the mile run.
We need a coach from Sycamore to the clerk's tent. Coach from Sycamore to the clerk's tent.
I'm not sure I see
We'll go to the starter. At the break,
13.
everyone still trying to float to the rail. Looks like both of the Beatty sisters there at the top of the pack for Woodstock.
9:13 and 3.
And they ran as a team back at Detweiler Park in Peoria last November.
9:13, 3-6.
And Notre Dame is in 4th. Burlington Central in 3rd. There's DuSable in 5th. Urbana in 6th with Springfield High in 7. The pack very tight, led by the Beatty sisters of Woodstock. The senior Elsie in the lead on the rail.
9:13, 3-6.
9:13.
3-6-1.
3 is Gannon. And 6 is Molly Dahlquist of Peoria, Notre Dame.
Kimber.
Dahlquist now into 3rd for the Irish. As they come on the back stretch after 400 meters.
9:13, 6-3.
It's still Elsie ahead of her sister Kayla. 300-meter hurdles, here's the final field. Joelle Christie of Sacred Heart Griffin made it. Elizabeth Canaday of Springfield Southeast. Sarah Gooddale of Carbondale. Jocelyn Jones of Cahokia. Amber Farrell with that new state mark, 44.42. For IMSA will be in the middle. Brenna Detra of Richwoods, the freshman, will be in 6. She's in there. Mackenzie White of Urbana with that nice race. She makes the finals. Kayla Phillips, Mattoon, will be in the finals along with Bailey Murphy of Belvedere North. The Beatty sisters open the lead up over Dahlquist of Peoria Notre Dame. And Maggie Gannon, the senior for Burlington.
It's 5 coming up there now with them in 5th place. 5 and 5th.
That looks like Lipa of Glenbard South into 5th. We'll check that on the next turn around the track. Pressing for 3rd is Lipa of Glenbard South.
She's into 3rd.
And she is into 3rd as the Beatty sisters continue to set the pace now on the back stretch. Just past 3 minutes.
Number 3 into 4th.
Into 4 is Gannon of Burlington Central, a senior for the Rockets.
6 back to 5th.
And back to 5th now is Dahlquist of Notre Dame. Through the north curve, past the scoreboard, it's the Beatty sisters of Woodstock in the lead. Kayla with a 5:07 flat in the sectional. She's on the outside. That's where she's hung through the race. Now even with her sister Elsie. And with 400 to go, let's watch how it turns out. Elsie and Kayla into the south curve. Now for 3rd place, that I think that is Lipa of Glenbard South into 3rd.
No.
Still
Three.
the Beatty runners
It's Gannon into third.
Hold on. We've got Gannon into third now for Burlington Central.
Lipa's 4.
And Lipa is 4. Kayla Beatty taking the lead on her sister Elsie. At this point, it appears both will make it. Remember, 5:07 flat was Kayla's time in the sectional. We're still under 5 minutes, and both of them know it as they head home. Kayla Beatty and her sister, 4:53, 4:54. They're shooting for the 5-minute mark, 58-59. Here's 5 minutes, and Kayla will hit it at 5:04, and her sister at 5:07. Looks like 5:07 flat for her sister. Here comes Burlington Central's Gannon, and Dahlquist has come back for fourth.
5 Lipa.
Lipa of Glenbard South.
And we have 12.
And then we have Springfield's Alexander coming in, along with Say of Galesburg. Now, the result, 5:04.54 for Kayla Beatty, 5:07.04 for her sister Elsie. Gannon is third for Burlington Central. Fourth is Dahlquist of Peoria Notre Dame at 5:21.95. Great race by the Beatty sisters, and it appears that both will move on to tomorrow. On the track is the 2A 1600-meter run. We will introduce the field after the start of the race. We give it to the starter for the 2A 1600-meter run championship. Here's the field. Position 1, Kelly McShay, Wheaton St. Francis, Aaron Poss of Antioch in 2, Elise Beatty, Woodstock in 3, Allie Hester of Yorkville in 4, Taylor Miller, Crystal Lake Central in 5, Katie Adams, a freshman from Marengo in 6, Maggie Gannon, Burlington Central in 7, Emily Delvaux of Sacred Heart Griffin, the Blazers in 8, Margot Richardson in this race for Mount Vernon in 9, Kelly Gallagher of Vernon Hills, Lake County in 10, Holly Plichta of Hampshire in position 12, and the top seed, Kayla Beatty of Woodstock.
Gannon and Richardson. Richardson taking the lead.
Richardson in the lead for Mount Vernon. Kayla Beatty, who shot down the 3,200-meter record earlier in the day, out there on the outside. We go to the award stand.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have results from the Class 2A 300-meter hurdle. Placing ninth out of Springfield Southeast, Elizabeth Kennedy ran 47.56. Earning her first medal for Sacred Heart Griffin, the Blazers' Joelle Christie ran 46.72 to place 8th. The Blue Thunder's Bailey Murphy ran 46.28 to take 7th for Belvedere North. The freshman from Cahokia, Jocelyn Jones, ran 46.26 to take 6th. The future Boilermaker out of Mattoon, Kayla Phillips, ran 46.08 to place 5th. Out of Carbondale, the freshman, Sarah Goodale, ran 45.98 to place 4th. Placing 3rd out of Urbana, Mackenzie White ran 45.92. Breaking the previous record as a freshman, Brenna Detra ran 44.28 for Peoria Richwood to be the runner-up. And setting a new state record, the 2010 champion in the 300 hurdles, Amber Farrell from Illinois Math and Science Academy, ran 43.08 to take the championship.
Back in this race, Margot Richardson
Just passed by Kayla Beatty.
Just being passed by Kayla Beatty. This was the 1-2 earlier in the day in the 3200.
600 left.
600 left. Neither Woodstock or Mount Vernon will be in the 4x4. So this will be the last races for Margot Richardson
Woodstock first and third.
and Elise Beatty. Woodstock first and third.
Yorkville in fifth.
Yorkville in sixth. Adams of Marengo there in the top group, and we have 400 to go. And the battle is on between Kayla Beatty and Margot Richardson. Kayla will be back next year. She's a junior.
Richardson senior.
Richardson a senior, heading to St. Louis University. And we go to the last 200. Richardson
Effort.
with the effort. Kayla Beatty responds. Richardson and Beatty.
Kayla kept it her outside.
Elise is in third.
She hasn't given up.
Adams Marengo. Kayla Beatty to the lead. Richardson right behind. We straighten it out and we head to the finish line. Margot Richardson. Margot Richardson. Richardson with it. Kayla Beatty second. Here's Elise Beatty and Katie Adams for third and fourth, and there's an effort there for fifth. Margot Richardson, her final race at state, 4:57.94 for the Mount Vernon Rams and a championship in the mile.
Poss Antioch fifth.
Poss of Antioch will be fifth. The Beatty sisters, Kayla and Elise, 4:58.08 for Kayla, Elise 5:07.69. Here's the field in heat number one. Tesha Harris, Bloomington High, in lane 3. Anna Dufel, Aurora Rosary in 4. Amber Brown, the senior from Springfield Southeast, was in 5. Shamir Little of Chicago Lindblom in 6. Amber Farrell, who we'll see in 2 races tomorrow, is in 7 for the Illinois Math and Science Academy. And Rontasio Rogers of the Cahokia Comanches out in lane number 8. This is the first of 3.
That was 2-8.
These winners, plus the next 6 in time, will move on. And we'll go to the starter. Amber Brown of Springfield Southeast.
Lane 7.
Lane 7 now with Amber Farrell. That's Amber Farrell. And now in 6, it's Little of Lindbroom. And she may hit. She almost hit the win for Little of Lindbroom. Brown of Springfield Southeast and Farrell will come in third for IHSA.
In lane 2, Tiana Borner from North Lawndale Charter. Lane 3, Taylor Whitler from Crete-Monee. In lane 4, Jasmine Jackson from Chatham-Glenwood. In lane 5 from Kankakee, it's Dominic Kimple. In lane 6 from Peoria Richwoods, Brenda Detra. In lane 7, Kyla Cobb from Carbondale. And in lane 8, from Chicago-Payton, Cameron Pettigrew.
Watch 5 and 6 in this race. Another performance coming from Dominique Kimple. We'll go to the starter.
Is doing good there.
Kimple.
Lane 5.
Kimple with the ability to turn it on in the last 100.
5-6.
It's Kimple and Detra.
5-6.
Kimple, Detra, and Jackson, the freshman as well. Kimple,
5-6.
Detra, Jackson,
5-6.
and Whitler of Crete-Monee. Sam Nerva of Prairie Ridge in 1. Seela Lee of Chicago Ag Science in 3. Lake Quazza of Sycamore in 4. Destiny Carter of Danville in 5. Logan Tillman of Rockford East in 6. Lexi Hobbs Dunlop in 7. And Katie Eidstein of Central Crystal Lake in 8.
The high temp going on?
What do you want to drink?
Flight 1 of the pole vault, report to the pit. Flight 1 of the pole vault, report to the pit. We go to the starter.
We have first call of the first flight of 3A high jump. First call, first flight of 3A high jump.
And again, there's Destiny Carter of Danville.
5-6.
Running strong for the Vikings. Outside is Tillman, the freshman for Rockford East. The E-Rabs running second. Lane 2 coming on. That's Nerva. 5-6-2-7. The apparent win to Destiny Carter of the Danville Vikings. 25-26 for Carter.
That was Hobbs. Third, sorry.
26-30 for Tillman. And Hobbs of Dunlop looks to be third, 26-95. And that's your top three. And out in the northeast corner now is the 2A championship. Here's the field quickly, inside to out. Jasmine Jackson of Chatham-Glenwood, Anna Dufel of Rosary Aurora, Brenna Detra of Peoria Richwoods, Amber Brown, Springfield Southeast, Dominique Kimple of Kankakee, Destiny Carter of Danville, Shamir Little of Chicago Lindblom, Amber Farrell of IMSA in Aurora, and Logan Tillman from Rockford East. We go to the starter for the 2A championship.
$200 should start in about 3 minutes.
Now, this is very important between Danville, Springfield Southeast, and Kankakee for team points. Kimple has the Afterburners. She's in 5, but you got Carter and Brown outside of her. So it's Carter and Kimple. It's Kankakee. It's Dominique Kimple. Kimple this time is going to hold on. Kimple, Carter. Out in lane 4 is Brown of Springfield Southeast. That helps Kankakee edge towards a team trophy. Kimple, 24:09, 24:17 for Carter of Danville, 24:94 for Springfield Southeast.
Potentially a new record.
Potentially a new record in the 200 for 2A. Dominique Kiepel, the defending champion, 24:7. She'll defend her crown, 24:09. 4x400 meter relay. In race number 1, here's the field. Chicago, Kenwood in 2. Springfield Southeast, the Spartans in 3. The Irish of Peoria, Notre Dame. In 4, Burlington Central. The Rockets will be in the middle, followed by Rich South. The Stars will be in 6. The Vernon Hills Cougars from Lake County, Libertyville area, in 7. And Sacred Heart Griffin out in lane number 8. That's your field in heats 1 of 4. Note to the 3A discus field. Note to the 3A discus field. There are still a number of competitors needing to check in and weigh in equipment for the 3A discus. In the middle here is Burlington Central with Peoria Notre Dame and Rich South.
Kayla Wolf, Central.
Kayla Wolf for Burlington Central,
Rich South.
making up the stagger.
Garrett.
Garrett for Rich South is on the outside.
Could you come to the workroom, please? Keep the workroom.
Notre Dame on the inside here, and that's Notre Dame coming across. But Burlington Central controls the middle off this 3-turn stagger with Rich South on the outside there in the Dayglow orange shoes. And we go to the exchange.
Garrett.
And Rich South is first, Burlington Central second.
Kriya from Rich South.
Kriya from Rich South
Burlington Central is
now with the baton. Tobson for Burlington Central at the break. It is Burlington Central ahead of Rich Township South. Tobson for Central. Kriya for Rich South. Battle it out going into the north curve. Dunkerley for Notre Dame, now in third for the Irish. Rich South into the lead. The Stars in for the exchange now with Burlington Central second. Kriya to Hudson, and Burlington very even. It'll be the rail with the advantage and Rich South. Thomas
yes.
For Rich South.
Thomas is Central.
For Central. Battle for third going on now. It looks like Sacred Heart Griffin overtaking Peoria Notre Dame. The lead is still Rich South.
And there's Sprinkler on the 3, 4, 5. Close the gap.
3, 4, and 5 have closed the gap. There's Springfield Southeast trying to become a factor in the top 4. Rich South heads to the exchange. The Stars from South Cook County. Rich South.
Rich South anchor is DeAsia Garrett.
That's DeAsia Garrett for Rich South. Burlington Central is second. Maggie Gannon for the Rockets. Dahlquist is for Peoria Notre Dame. Garrett, the anchor for Rich South.
There are 2 Garretts.
Maggie Gannon for Burlington. And now Springfield Southeast is in third.
Joel Christie.
Joel Christie has put the Spartans in play for third. And the win looks to go to Rich South. But here is Southeast. And it'll be close. Burlington second, Southeast third, Sacred Heart, Peoria Notre Dame in after that. In lane number 2, Chicago Fenger in 2. The Dunlop Eagles will be in 3. The Rock Island Rocks in 4. Hillcrest of Country Club Hills in 5. The Galesburg Streaks in 6. Champaign Centennial, the Chargers in 7. And the Maple Leafs of Geneseo, Henry County, out in 8. Clean start. Hillcrest holds the middle here. Keep an eye on Galesburg. Letts with the lead off for the Hawks in lane 5. And she's made up the stagger already for the Hillcrest Hawks. Brittany Letts. Rock Island. And that's Reed for Rock Island. Also moving up. The Rocks in yellow over black today.
Rock Island is Roberts.
That's Roberts for Rock Island. We straighten it out. Let's still with the lead. That looks like Champaign Centennial in the 3 position. Here's Galesburg moving up. And Rock Island's trying to pull even into the stagger. They will get the first exchange.
Roberts off to Garcia.
Roberts off to Garcia for Rock Island.
And who's second? And 5, Hillcrest. Williams, Asia Williams.
Williams in there for Rock Island. Hawkins for Hillcrest. For Galesburg. Rock Island with the lead as they go into the north curve. Challenge now for third with Hillcrest trying to come back in. That looks like Champaign Centennial in second. Rock Island Centennial, Hillcrest Galesburg, Geneseo Dunlop, and Fenger. Strong move for Hillcrest here. And
Jackson
now with the baton for Rock Island. They had to wait a second on the exchange. Doesn't look like it had made much of a distance. Looks like Hillcrest is second.
That's Hinton from Hillcrest.
That's Hinton for Hillcrest. Hillcrest with the stripe on the side for the Hawks. Centennial is in third. Galesburg in fourth. That's Crawford for Centennial.
And Latimer for
Latimer for Galesburg. And Rock Island still in the lead as we head to the anchors, although Hillcrest inching back with Centennial. Galesburg trying to move up in the gap. Here comes Centennial into second. Centennial looks for something out of the anchor.
Rock Island anchor is Joanna Cohn.
Joanna Cohn running for the Rocks. Second is Champaign Centennial, although Hillcrest wants back in. Morrow for Centennial. Here's Hillcrest. Young for Hillcrest.
Sophomore, Mercedes Young.
Closing on one, definitely.
And everybody coming together now on Rock Island.
Cohen from Rock Island.
Cohen from Rock Island. Young for Hillcrest. Morrow for Centennial. Everybody about together. Here's Hillcrest straightening it out and putting it on. It's Young for the Hawks.
Young, a sophomore.
Just a sophomore, and here comes Centennial looking for second. Morrow for Centennial's Chargers will come in second. Rock Island is third. Galesburg fourth. Here's Geneseo. Dunlop trying to come in the fifth position. And with that, Hillcrest 4:01.26 on their time. 4:03.19 for Centennial. 4:03.67 Rock Island. Galesburg fourth, Geneseo fifth, Dunlop and Finger. Heat number 3 now onto the track. Centralia, the Orphan Annies, will be in 2. Glenbard South in 3. The Springfield Senators in 4. Mahomet Seymour in 5. Pontiac will be in 6. The Lakes High School of Lake Villa in 7. Aurora Rosary in 8. And Chicago Walter Payton Prep in 9.
I don't think they'd like the lawsuit if he died either.
Clean start again. Here in the middle is Mahomet Seymour, who had a 4:02.25 in the sectional. Mahomet there in the white with blue sides and shorts. That's Melky for Mahomet. Outside of them is Pontiac. That's Grove for Pontiac, and she's running strong in the leadoff. Pontiac and Mahomet Seymour as we come out of the north curve. There's Pontiac. Mahomet Seymour. And Mahomet is closing it up into the 3-turn stagger. That's Melky for Mahomet. Here's the exchanges. And very nice to Kabuti. Emma Kabuti for Mahomet, Baham, and Pontiac still in second. Skylar Alford in there for Pontiac on this leg. Pass the break.
This is Ron, I'm hearing you. Ron, I'm trying to get a hold of them first time. They've got us blacked out, but they're not responding. I'll run there.
Let's try this again.
Stride for stride between Mahomet, Seymour, and Pontiac. And it's a quick pace into the north curve. Here's Mahomet. It's Kabuti. With the baton, Pontiac is second, Springfield is third, and that looks like Glenbard South into fourth. And the exchanges. Mahomet Preoman now with the baton for the Bulldogs. Johnson for Pontiac. Here's Walter Payton coming in on the exchange. Race is spread over 200 meters. Mahomet, Pontiac, and that looks like Springfield challenging now at the third position. Everybody closing in on second. Still the lead for Mahomet Seymour.
Are you still out?
Pontiac, Springfield, Glenbard South, the Lakes, Centralia, Rosary, and Walter Payton. And the anchors now with 400 to go. Mahomet has the lead for Shea. Springfield is in second now. Matkinson for Pontiac trying to get back into second. She's chasing down Springfield. Mackinson for Pontiac. The lead clearly to Mahomet. Just past 3:30 on the clock. Mahomet with a 4:02 in the sectional. They're shooting for the 4-minute mark. Mahomet at 3:50 now can break 4. Here is a burst by Glenbard, and Mahomet gets in at just under 4. Glenbard South is second. Then Pontiac. 3:59.49 for the Mahomet Seymour. 4:03.06. Great anchor by Glenbard South. Pontiac is third at 4:03.22. Springfield is fourth. The Lakes fifth, then Rosary, Centralia, and Payton. So Mahomet under 4 here at State. Last race of the day in Class 2A. On to the track. This one will feature the Urbana Tigers with a 4 flat 63. Out of the sectional, they'll be challenged by Yorkville and Metamora. Here's the field. The Comanches, Cahokia in lane number 1. The Bulldogs of Riverside Brookfield in 2. The Yorkville Foxes in 3. The Urbana Tigers, the sectional best, in the middle. The Metamora Redbirds out in 6. The Hampshire Whippers in 7. The Morton Potters, Tazewell County, out in 8. And Chicago's North Lawndale Charter, the Phoenix, will run way out in lane number 9. Full field.
or stay stable.
And that's a clean start.
To the next one, that's where the problem's going to be.
Urbana
Okay. In lane 5, Urbana.
now has to break 4
That's
in order to
Mackenzie
catch
White.
Muhammad Seymour.
Mackenzie White, Urbana.
Mackenzie White, who qualified for tomorrow. In an earlier event, she holds the middle. Outside of Urbana, there's Metamora.
Metamora is Julie Zwick.
That's Zwick. Now we have a move on the inside by Yorkville.
Yorkville is
Yorkville from the inside. Damarsky. Donarski now with the lead into the stagger. Mackenzie White is second, but she's coming back. North Lawndale on the outside, but your leaders are right there, and they go into the exchange even.
Treadwell from North Lawndale.
So watch it. Here we go. That is Yorkville on the inside and Urbana on the outside. Allie Hester for Yorkville. Now on the outside, Urbana takes a lead as they head to the break.
And Choquette.
And Choquette for Urbana. And Choquette will go to the rail with the lead. Nicole Choquette leading Allie Hester. And looks like Riverside Brookfield is third.
Jackie
Grishafe for that, and Metamora comes back in on Riverside Brookfield. And it's going to look even here between Urbana and Yorkville for the exchange. Metamora is third.
Goins for Metamora is the runner.
Goins for Metamora, the runner. It is Urbana with the advantage, and they're opening it up. Stevenson for the Tigers. Big day for the Big 12 here. Danville, Bloomington, Urbana, and from Mattoon at Class 2A. Springfield Southeast should be a leader in team points for the finals tomorrow. We'll check that all out with the completion of this race. Heading for the anchors, we have the Urbana Tigers.
That's
Stevenson for Urbana. Metamora running down Yorkville here. Goins of Metamora.
Yorkville is
Beal. And here we go. Final 400 meters of Class 2A. Preliminaries. Urbana. Duvendek into second for Metamora.
Wood is Urbana's runner.
Wood is Urbana's runner. Duvendek in second and now closing. That is Amanda Duvendek.
Senior.
200 to go. Senior for the Metamora Redbirds. Woodford Counties. Metamora into the north curve. Amanda Duvendek battling Wood for Urbana. Now stride for stride, Duvendek to the lead. We'll see her tomorrow in a couple of other races. But this win will go to the Metamora Redbirds. Urbana next. 7th to first for Metamora. And 4 minutes even, .2 for the Redbirds. 4:01:09 Urbana. 4:04:77 Yorkville. Hampshire is fourth. RB fifth, followed by Morton, Cahokia, and North Lawndale.
Go up to the town.
And we'll see more of Amanda Duvendek tomorrow. This now is the 2A 4x4 in the field. Rock Island, Champaign Centennial, Urbana High School, Metamora, Rich South, Mahomet Seymour, Hillcrest, Glenbard South, and Pontiac. We will go to the starter for this race. The 2A 4x4 championship to the starter. Award stand.
Rich South, that's Garrett leading off.
The result for the 3A 200-meter dash. In ninth place, in a time of 36.12 seconds from Hinsdale Central, Lauren Rouse. In eighth place, in a time of 29.25 seconds from Homewood Crossmore High School in Crossmore, Rhonda Womack. In seventh place, in a time of 25.36 seconds from Franklin Park, North Lake, Claudia Susel. In sixth place, in a time of 25.08 seconds from Whitney Young in Chicago, Raina Rome. In fifth place, in a time of 24.9 seconds from Yvonne Cavallo in Aurora, Moriki Tucson. In fourth place, in a time of 24.42 seconds from Plainfield North, Cecily Jones. In third place, in a time of 24.29 seconds from Niles West and Skokie, Kellyanne Gordon. Your runner-up for the time of 24.3 seconds from Willowbrook and Villa Park, Louise Porter. And your state champion with the time of 24.26 seconds from Fort Lee Harvey, Ashley Stacy.
And in this race, Rock Island has the lead. Followed by Metamora. And Glenbard South. Let's double check this as we come around. Now Mahomet Seymour into the lead, followed by Rock Island. Glenbard South, Champaign Centennial. And the exchanges.
Mahomet Seymour is second. They're first. Rock Island second.
Mahomet Seymour first, Rock Island second. It looks like Glenbard South in third, Centennial in fourth. Urbana, you can tell with the orange socks, in the second to last position. Pontiac next up. It's still Mahomet Seymour's race. And the Bulldogs hold the lead.
Deasia Garrett for Rich Park Central got Deasia Garrett, Rock Island.
Now, Rich South is in the lead. That's Deasia Garrett for the Stars. Bursting out for Shea. Running for Mahomet Seymour for Rock Island in second. Now we have a new second place battling Rock Island. Rich South has just flown into the lead.
Garcia for Rock Island.
That's Garcia for Rock Island. We come around here, Rich South. That looks like Centennial. That should be no, it's not Centennial in second. Position 7 is Hillcrest. So it's going to be Rich South, Hillcrest, Rock Island, Glenbard South, and Mahomet Seymour. Rich South with the win, 356.10. Hillcrest is second, 358.10. Rock Island third, 359.74. Glenbard South is fourth. Mahomet is fifth. Metamora comes back from dead last to get sixth in the field.